As the final day arrives, we've got 32 more teams before we move on to the main course. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS The Grind, where I'm going to be a host of Caster Necro. John alongside with me on the panel is going to be Super Johnny. And Johnny, I'm not going to lie, man, it's really tough for me to move on from what I witnessed yesterday. REDECENT Esports just dominating the lobby, one-sided completely.
Of course, I mean, that was how things kicked off at the start of the day. But as we moved on later, the next group that came in was extremely competitive. We did not see that one-sided domination from any one of the teams, in fact, from that particular group. But today might be different. We have, as you mentioned, 32 different teams that are going to take the stage. And like the fact that you called the BGIS the main course of this dish, because once we actually get there, it is definitely going to be extremely tasty, the action that we will get to witness from these lads.
I mean, I'm not going to lie, the way REDECENT Esports was performing yesterday, it already feels like they're sort of the grand finalists, man. I mean, the performance that we witnessed, even the same thing can be said for RIP MIZORAM. Even that team was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, RIP Mizo, the first game is where we were a little bit concerned. Like, all right, now this is a little bit of a shaky start. What is going to happen? 2 matches just remaining. But then they bounced back quite nicely on that second game of Miramar. So, again, expectations were met. Now we have to see how the journey looks like moving forward. And can they actually make it to the grand finals? Because, as you said, REDECENT, they look prepared. The other teams that are there in the top 3 right now, I'm talking about Team Forever and Aiku. So, they look prepared straight up for the finals as well. But what about the other teams that are going to be joining them from the grind, and of course the teams that come in from the in-game qualifiers as well?
I mean, we've seen a lot of upset so far as well, the teams that have not been able to perform, and we had a lot of expectations from. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, maybe it's just the pressure, and it's the pressure of the prize pool. 2 crore rupees on the line, you know, from which the first spot or the champion team getting 60 lakhs to themselves. That's a big chunk of money just going to the first spot. And then the second spot getting 30 lakh, the third spot getting 20, and it's going to keep on descending downwards until you look at the special prizes.
Yeah, exactly. And talk about the special prize. I mean, the individuals are remembered that walk away with this prize money, because along with the money comes the bragging right as well of calling yourself the MVP of the BGIS finale. Most finishers also getting 1 lakh rupees in the bag, along with Lone Survivor and whoever goes on a rampage also receiving 1 lakh rupee in the bag. Again, big opportunity for any player coming in from the grassroots level. This is how you make a name for yourself in the pro circuit.
Exactly, but now it's time to move on towards the format and figure out how this tournament has been functioning so far. As every single viewer that has been tuning in from the day one itself, they know we're currently inside of the grind. But still, if there are any new viewers joining alongside to the stream, just to let you guys know, we had 256 invited teams inside of the grind, from which we divided these teams into group of 16. And these 16 groups, they had a chance to play 3 games in the span of first 2 weeks. And then after the first 2 weeks, we reshuffle or regroup the groups based on the overall standings.
And post reshuffle, again, the next 2 weeks, everyone got 3 games. In those 3 games, they had to do whatever it took to break into the top 64. And once you are in the top 64, only once you're in the top 64 is when you qualify for BGIS from the grind. The other route is the in-game qualifiers, but that is a different story entirely. But as we talk about the matches and how the teams have been performing, the top 64 developing in front of our eyes, it has gotten extremely intense, because once you are in the top 64, it's not like all of these 64 teams are going to be placed in the same round of BGIS. Based on your rankings, you either get an advantage or you get a bare bones entry into the BGIS. So the seeding of these teams, well, that is what is going to follow up on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, wherein if you are in the top 16, you get to move forward to round 4 of BGIS. If you are between 17 to the 32nd, you get to move to round 3. And if you are from the 33rd to the 64th place team, you get to move forward to round 4 of BGIS. Sorry, round 4, round 3, round 2. My apologies, round 2.
So in general, the better the standing, the better the head start you're going to be having directly moving inside of the main event. So every single team is on the race to straight up be inside of the top 16. And that's why you saw yesterday just REDECENT Esports showcasing a champion performance. I'm going to call that a champion performance right there. In my books, they've already qualified for the grand finals, but still they've got some more formality to do in the upcoming rounds that they will need to play in the main event itself. Moving on forward towards the points distribution, we've got a new points distribution distribution, of course, inside of this entire tournament. First spot getting 10 points, the second one getting 6, the third one getting 5, and it's going to keep on descending downwards until you look at 9th till 16th. You get none.
Exactly, and that has again been a pain for everyone so far who has not been able to survive to the late game stages of the matches. In particular, I mean, we have seen the meta of the teams and their playstyle also evolve into the late game oriented playstyle, and that has been causing a lot of interesting results for us. I mean, yesterday, if you remember, the matches that REDECENT eSports did in fact dominate, and we saw them just play for survival during the early stages. The game of Miramar was where they were forced into some early action, and they were able to bring themselves in a favorable result in that fight as well. Same thing happened on Sanhok, but on Sanhok the struggles got a little bit more worse. But that was the story of yesterday and the story of REDECENT eSports and their domination yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. Let's talk about these 16 teams now, Necro. Group 15 is on our screens, and over here, I think it's that one name that everyone will be looking forward to what they will do today. It is JUX eSports.
Not just that, even Team 8-Bit. This is another one of those known banners inside of this group, and there's going to be a lot of fans rooting for Team 8-Bit. You can already tell even Alibaba Raiders, this team has been consistent, but recently their form has been dwindling down. So I want to see if Alibaba Raiders can be able to qualify inside of the top 64 or not. Even that's going to be a big question mark. Even CLAWxXPIRAT is another one of those teams that was returning back in 2024. In general, there's a lot of hope from a lot of these teams. Once again, the same thing is going to be said. We do not know what the main action or the main course is going to be from these guys. Moving on forward towards Group 16. This is going to be the second group of the day, as we've got FS Esports, we've also got Great Esports, another solid, strong hitting team. You've also got Team Storm 99, Silly Esports, NARZO Official, Morse Gaming Clan, Team BHOLA, Team Executors, another name returning back in 2024. You've also got JSR X Magnum, ASTROKIDS. This team has definitely made a name for themselves in my heart.
Of course, ASTROKIDS, they have been quite impressive, but today is going to be of the utmost importance to them. If they manage to secure even one chicken dinner, one big chicken dinner, that should help them qualify within the top 64. But this is the schedule for the day, ladies and gentlemen. Again, 6 matches lined up for us to enjoy. We have Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok off Group 15, and then following that up will be Group 16 on the same maps, and in the same rotation as well, Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok. And as we were talking about these particular groups, Necro, let's come back to Group 15, since they are supposed to take the stage on this map of Erangel in the next few moments. We talked about JUX, we talked about 8-Bit. Expectations are going to be there, but again, Alibaba Raiders, let's talk about them for a minute. This is a team that we saw them in the last BGIS, the players play under the banner of Glitch Reborn. They were quite impressive back then. And from there, the banner they play under has changed. And along with that, it seems like the performance as well, we see them quite low in the rankings, struggling for placement points, but the finishes are there. The finishes are still coming.
I mean, that is true, but that's not the only team from which the performance has changed, right? Another team that is qualified in for the grand finals in 2023 was Big Brother Esports, and even the same thing can be said for that team as well when we saw the performance completely dwindle down. But yeah, focusing back inside of Group 15, you've got another team that's doing pretty good for themselves, and that's going to be Number One Esports. Number One Esports is also a completely new team, and this team has been dominating as well. So this group, in my opinion, is also really stacked up. 8-Bit's going to be having some tough competition.
Of course, the competition is going to be tough, but with all these new teams stepping up so nicely, it's become very unpredictable as well. Because you see a team like 8-Bit in this mix, and you expect them to just pop off kind of similar to what REDECENT did yesterday. But then you look at the numbers that Number One Esports and JUX have put on the board, and you start to question, will that actually be possible? But let's have a look at the individuals from these teams as well, because we are about to move forward to a player spotlight of the day. And of course, it is going to be amazing from JUX eSports. His name is amazing. His performance is amazing as well. 12 finishes, which is 43% finish contribution for the team, and 1 chicken dinner coming in for the side of JUX eSports as well.
The frontliner for the team, amazing. He was there in every single firefight, and he's also one of those players that likes to play with the UMP45 as well quite a lot of those times. Yes, shotgun, it is sort of the meta going on, but I've also seen JUX amazing play with the UMP45, and I was also being able to get a lot of conversions inside of the Battlegrounds too. So in general, amazing is one of those players that's going to be to watch out from the side of JUX Gaming. But considering these teams, they've already played really good in the first 3 games, and we've seen the teams that do tend to play really good in the first 3 games, they do not really tend to perform that well in the latter 3 games, because they available for even the main.
I mean, it does happen, but that is the thing that needs to be avoided, right? That has been the trend, as you pointed out. The teams that have done well for themselves within the first 3 matches, we've seen them struggle as soon as they show up for the final week. And I think it's one of the reason for this is the desperation from the other squads. Everyone is desperate to just break into the top 64. It is not about, for a lot of these teams, it is not about the top 16. It is just about making it to round 2 of BGIS. That is all that a lot of these lads want to accomplish. And once they eventually get there is when they will refocus and look at their journey ahead. But of course, I mean, big opportunity for JUX Esports today. This is one of those names that is actually, or I think they should be hoping for the slot in round 4.
Easily, I think so. JUX, they definitely do have a solid chance of directly moving on towards the highest pedestal. But once again, they would need to put on another solid performance. I'm not sure if they're capable of doing so, considering this lobby is going to be incredibly tougher. You've got some of the names like number 1 Esports, that's probably going to try to take you down. Then you've also got Team 8, you've also got Alibaba Raider. These teams are not going to be someone that's just going to hold back like that. Alibaba Raiders and Team 8-Bit especially, these two teams are going to be super desperate. They will try to go all guns blazing inside of the Battlegrounds. And for JUX Esports, all they need to do is just try and play the survival game, try and survive for as long as possible. They've got some of the names like Amazing himself, try and back him up from the backline. So once again, for JUX Esports, things can be good, but there's too much of a tough competition here.
You have to be extremely careful. You can't take things too lightly at any time in this tournament, especially if it is the last day and you are the last set of teams playing for your qualification. Half of the work is done for teams like JUX Esports, for teams like number 1 Esports. They need to do the other half today, and we're going to find out how careful they will be in their matches. Because as you said, Alibaba Raiders, they can make that push. 8-Bit is going to be making that push as well. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to push forward as well. We have something new lined up for you guys, coming especially from Craft in India. Here it is. Let's have a look.
I mean, you guys saw it right there. First spin of the day at only 10 UC. If you've got 10 UC, everyone should have 10 UC lying around in their accounts. Just go and get that spin done. Maybe you can't be the lucky one to get your hands on that, because I'm not the lucky one. Neither is Johnny the lucky one. So maybe one of you guys can actually be the one. But yeah, moving on forward with the conversation, Johnny. Now we know soon enough the first game of the day is also going to be starting. Let's focus on the teams that we haven't been talking a lot. And we did not think that these teams are going to be performing, because we never know. Any of these teams can actually just move on forward and pull off a God's Reign. There's a chance. Team Hope, X7 MIZORAM should be a big part of the conversation over here.
Of course, I think a lot of fans for X7 MIZORAM in particular, I mean, they were there the last time as well, have gotten a little bit of experience under their belt, and this time around they have to bounce back. But things are not looking too bright when you look at the numbers on the board as of now. I mean, the opportunity is still there to break into the top 64, maybe even the top 32, but they have to start in this first game of Erangel itself. If they miss out on Erangel, then the opportunity is going to start slipping out of their hands. And if they fail on Erangel and Miramar, then it's pretty much over.
Not just that, you've also got Team Rush, another team returning back in the competition. How can we forget about Officials too? This is another one of those teams. In 2023, Officials was playing phenomenally well. Even in 2024, this team is doing okay-ish, but still okay-ish is not enough to keep yourself in the top 64. Imagine this, ladies and gentlemen, 256 invited teams, and from 256, the cutoff is going to be massive. Only top 64 can move into the main event. So once again, this is going to be a tough challenge for every single team so far. We have witnessed so many teams getting eliminated, and probably we're going to be doing the same thing today as well.
Yeah, we've been talking about it. Even if you are at the bottom right now, if you can somehow manage to secure 10 to 12 points per match, that should be enough to, well, keep you in the top 64. If you already have like 5-6 points on the board, only then. If you are below 5, I think it is going to be too tough. You will need to do literally what Revenant Esports did yesterday in order to qualify, which is basically get 70 plus points in 3 matches. It's a big feat to accomplish. It's extremely difficult to pull it off, and there is a reason we're going to keep on remembering that moment and that day tomorrow for the side of Revenant. But again, that is what will be required if you are literally at the dead last in that overall ranking right now. I think the cutoff, we were speculating the cutoff to be in the mid 40s yesterday, and I think that holds true today as well. It will fall around somewhere in the mid 40s or maybe even the late 40s, 47, 48, somewhere around that marker. The cutoff for the top 64, not the top 16. The top 16 is going to be way, way higher than that.
Yeah. I think so. The top 16 is probably going to be around 70 or something like that. So teams that would need constant point flow of almost 15 points per game, which is a little bit too much to ask in my opinion, because always you got to give that room for error, and it has to happen at the end of the day. We are human beings. We do make mistakes. No matter how good you are at something, you will always keep on making mistakes. Even us as commentators, even we do make mistakes, right? But yeah, I mean, moving on forward, Johnny, towards the Erangel. Now I'm going to be asking your prediction for this game. Which team do you think is going to be the one to come out on top? Your prediction's probably going to be Jux.
I mean, I was going to say you said no, I'm going to go with Alibaba Raiders.
Interesting. Alibaba Raiders, right? And you know what, Johnny? I'm going to go with Jux Esports. Considering you went with another strong team, I'm going to go with Jux Esports. But there's a lot of these teams, man, that do stand a chance. 8-Bit as well can be one of those. If there is anyone in the chat who's looking forward to make the prediction, go ahead. Do let us know which team you are going to be the one to root for, because 8-Bit, they're quite desperate in getting any sort of points in their hands so far. And with the way things have been looking like for 8-Bit, considering they are one of the T1 teams, they do pack a lot of punch. They've got the most amount of experience as well in the pro circuit. You really do not expect them to be left anywhere behind top 16.
That is true. I mean, you would love to see this name move forward towards the 4th round of BGIS straight away. And expectations are, well, at least they were there that they were going to move to the 4th round anyways. But right now, I think with the way things have kicked off for would be much more realistic, unless, again, you can't really predict when a team is just going to blow the entire lobby through the roof. But let's see how this first game is going to turn out.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. First game of the day in front of us. That's the plant flat path's going to be starting right from Mansion towards the opposite side, which is probably going to be Primorx. Now, this plant flat path, considering it is completely moving down south as well, and you can also say if you do want to move in towards the Georgia Pool side, it's going to be really tough. It will be a tough stretch, but once again, it's not that tough. The plant flat path is okay-ish. So teams are not going to be having any problems, including 12 tops. They should have a smooth sailing. Now, let's talk about that are probably going to be performing really good. Now, esports, they've got a solid chance. Alibaba Raider, another one of those teams. But teams that probably will be on the struggling side of things, and teams that will be having an insane amount of pressure are also going to be Team Hope, Team Rush, X7 Mizoram, Zero Vibes, T2 Edge, Signature P6, all the names that I've taken so far. These teams are the returning teams in 2024, including CLAWxXPIRAT.
Yeah, and CLAWxXPIRAT is one team, Necro, that we haven't really spoken about much until now. And it will be important that we see where they head towards as well in terms of the overall ranking. Right now, though, in terms of the game, they're heading towards Lipovka. We can clearly see that. And also a little bit of a drop clash towards Milta. We have number 1 esports. In fact, to be a little bit more precise, Mr. Lion from number 1 esports seems like he's gliding along with the players of IMO. So see him up in the air along with themselves. and there will be an opportunity if one of them lands a little bit quicker than everyone else, picks up a weapon. If he's lucky enough, can take a few shots at Mr. Lion, cause some trouble for number one early on in the game. But it seems like that hasn't happened. I'm official. They go for a vehicle instead, and the team will regroup in the city of Milta while number one esports heads towards Milta Power. Other than that drop clash, which is happening right now towards the southeastern edge of the main island, this is also another big one happening towards the northeastern edge of the circle instead, where we have the players from the side of Team Hope. They're under pressure from this X7 Mizoram that has just secured the first finish of the game. Wow.
Exactly. They've already kicked things off on a great note. Faden, the man to just straight up push up and make sure that his opponent's lifeline is going to be faded away in front of him. And I guess that's a great way to start things off, considering it can also work as a pressure subsider for you. And considering the playing flat path as well was quite decent, I thought maybe moving towards Georgia Pool will be a tough stretch. But still, considering no one is moving towards that city, so it's not a problem for that team at all. Johnny, another team that should be a part of the conversation has to be G2 Battlegrounds, because even this team has been able to perform quite well in the first 3 games. They're doing decent for themselves. All they need is 10 points per game, and maybe they will be in the top 64 too.
Maybe. But it's not going to be easy. That's the thing, right? I mean, 10 points per game, we make it sound like it's going to be extremely easy with the new meta, though, with the new point structure, in fact. It is extremely challenging to secure those 10 points. Teams resist early game action for a long time now. In fact, from day one itself of the grind. And if you can't find those early finishes, then it becomes even more difficult, because to get those 10 points, you have to basically somehow figure out a way to be in the top 3 of this game. But so far, it seems like REDECENT esports found an opening for themselves. Zero Vibe spotted out in the open. They have lost 1 man already in the early stages of the match.
RDT Billa on the screens. REDECENT esports. I mean, me and Fix has had a conversation about this team, right? What does REDECENT exactly mean, Johnny?
I think they're decent again, maybe.
That's exactly what I answered to Fixes as well, and he started laughing.
What did he say?
I mean, he was just trying to figure it out. He said that I'm trying to Google it, and there's no such word as REDECENT. But yeah, moving forward for now, TH taking shots against the players of X7 Mizoram. I'm not sure how good of a choice this is going to be, but the player straight up exits out of the vehicle. He gets the elimination point confirmed easily. I'm not sure why he'd try to do that, even though he knew that there's no backup available. Still, he went for a solo challenge, and he did not even get the elimination point secured, or he did not even get any sort of a knock. It was a complete big mess up from that player.
It's not just from that individual, it's from Team Hope in its entirety, because now they have lost 2 players, both of them to the hands of X7 Mizoram, and they haven't really been able to trade out anything anywhere else on the map. So you could say that hope has begun to fade for Team Hope already, at the start of the day, in fact. Here it is. This was the first finish, the first fight they took, and from here on out, they were able to hunt down
what a name.
1 more individual from the side of Team Hope. This is how Rishi bit the dust.
Yeah. I mean, Rishi literally saw those vehicles approaching him, and the man was just busy jiggling around. He was focusing too much on the movement instead of actually taking down the opponents. Yeah. I'm not sure what he was trying to do there, but yeah, the last 2 remaining players from TH, they're instantly on a move to try and play it as safe as possible, but instead they're actually moving away from the safe zone. And now looking at the safe zone, you can see there's so many teams actually inside of the safe zone already. Look at 12 busted cops. They're already in the prime spot.
Well, they are, but along with that, I think, look at how empty Stalbert and Kameshki are right now. That northeastern quadrant is completely open for the taking of anyone who wishes to rotate early. And for a team like Team Hope, if they can find a way to sneak towards that Stalbert hill, I think this can be a game-changing moment. But let's see how the rest of the game is going to turn out. As you mentioned, majority of the teams, they are already inside of the circle, and I think because of that, we are going to have an extremely slow early game again. We might have to wait a while before we get to see a few more finishes inside this match.
I mean, at this point in time, it's still the unboxing phase, I would like to say. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Where the mysteries are being unfolded slowly and steadily. Where we do not exactly know what to expect, but slowly and steadily, the path is being paved. And probably after the stage 3, things are going to be a little bit more clear. Focusing on some of the good teams, though. Right? For example, so far, talking about their performance, right? Looking at Jugs, they're still towards Gatka, actually all the way outside of the zone. 8-bit taking that damage from the blue. And 8-bit is actually split apart. 2 of the players in Primorsk and 2 of the players actually moving to wave zone. So this split is quite true. I'm not sure why this split has came into play in the first place. 2 of the players in the back line still going for that loot, while 2 of the players in the front moving in towards Fair-Pier. Interesting.
Yeah. But considering, I think we are seeing them make that slow rotation play early inside of this game, I think they will have an opportunity to regroup as well. Plus, it is 8-bit. As you mentioned, I mean, we were having this discussion before the game began, right? I mean, it is a team with a lot of experience in the pro circuit. They've been here for years. These individuals are very talented as well. So there is a possibility that they might be able to figure out a way to break into the top 4 of this game as well. Although we switch focus now. Looking at the side of Signature P6.
I see a problem.
Complete control.
Level 1 gear. This late inside of the game. Level 1 vest, level 1 helmet.
I think it was just one lad. I think majority of them do have the complete loot already. Or maybe, I think considering they have the entire city, they can look for something for Shelby to play with.
I mean, hopefully you find something.
Yeah.
His teammates definitely, they haven't helped him out. Alibaba Raiders on the screen, already positioned for the prime. At the high ground, just looking to scout out the grounds, right? To spot out the rotations, any of their teams in the front lines. Alibaba Raiders playing super passive, Johnny.
Yeah.
A complete new persona, a team trying to adapt. Let's hope it actually works out for them. Because I want to see this team on the aggressive footing. They do have the experience of the official tournaments. They've been in the grand finals of those as well.
Oh!
And unfortunately for them, even the circle moves away. Exactly what I'm talking about. But there's Roman I was already getting around. So I guess for Alibaba Raiders, it's not considering they also had the high ground to play with. So they already do have a lot of information wrapped up. And you can see in the center of the circle too, officials and 12 busted cops. Quite close.
I mean, they are quite close to each other. And of course, 12 busted cops, we see them take a few shots on 0 vibes. But as you were talking about Alibaba Raiders, I think this was, again, one of the big funds of BGIS 2020. They definitely have a lot of experience on belt now. And L, he's the man looking forward to, like, what will he do this time around. Last time, he was the best performing player for this side. And they were playing under the banner of Glitch Reborn. They've made their way towards the city of Yasna Poliana. They have found a little bit of a safe haven as well towards the western periphery. I think this is a decent spot, at least for the mid-game. But of course, we saw a wave of teams also headed in the same direction from that northwestern edge of the circle as well. And there they are, GWL already in control of that God building, as it's called. Oh.
HTE.
Yeah.
Wizard. A little bit of a fumble there from the player. But at this point in time, the Yasna Poliana is probably going to be the hottest spot. Because there's the most amount of cover available in that city too. But the more the teams keep on stacking over there, taking an exit from that city is going to get even tougher. I was looking at Jugs in front of me, and honestly speaking, Jugs, they're quite far away. They're trying to go for a complete northern rotation. Yes, the breaching point's going to be completely clear, but The problem is, being this late inside of the zone, at this point in time, you might as well just start to cross your fingers and hope that the zone's actually not away from you. If again, you would need to try and gather some more move inside of the upcoming save zone. That's what you would do.
Claw right now under fire. Yeah. It can be too much of a hassle, but again, it's still the early stages of the game. I would say just transitioning into the mid game right now as we are in the second stage of this match. But let's see, there's more opportunity for teams to change their fate. They can still switch positions, but number one esports, it seems like after the entry, they've gotten extremely comfortable in this spot. Vehicles are being parked indoors. Not really expect the zone to move away from them, at least for the next shift as well. Of course, why not? They are on that eastern edge of the map as well. I think if it moves west, then maybe we might see number one esports struggle a bit. They are going to have to push through this entire wave of Yasnaya Polyana and of course the southern farms of Yasnaya as well. It's not going to be easy at all. Look at RDT on that northern Stalber Hill though. That is interesting. And G2 still in Military Island. Wow.
Interesting, right? So many teams recently going for that late game rotation.
Yeah.
And the funny part is, for the majority of these teams, it's not even working out. And G2 now rotating this late from the blue. That means they will need to tank a lot of damage. Hopefully they're going to be stacked up on the meds. They probably are. This is all planned, that's for sure. 8-bit as well towards the southern side if you can look at the map. All the way towards shelter. And Jux now finally breaching inside of that zone. They haven't really found the best spot, but hey, it's still something that they can play around with. At this point in time, everyone's just crossing their fingers and hoping that the circle is going to be favoring them. And all the teams inside of Yasnaya Polyana, if the circle moves away from them, they're screwed up.
Oh, of course. And it is going to be so difficult for them to bounce back if that happens. Jux again, a lot to lose. Let's see. I mean, we are going to find that out in about a minute exactly. So, not a lot of wait for that question to be answered. But Jux again, I mean, imagine the amount of pressure this new team or new set of players comparatively to everyone else that we have come across must be under right now. They have a lot more to lose than almost half the lobby. They put in so much effort during the first opening week. They have a head start against the rest of the teams, and all they have to do is just play decent enough to qualify. Top 32 is extremely easy from where Jux is right now in the overall rankings. But G2 on our screens now. Yep. Let's talk about them. They're still in the blue necro. They're so far away from the circle.
Yeah, they're just tanking too much damage, Johnny, and I'm not sure at this point if it's a waste of resources, but they just need to be a little bit more quicker. Already all the good spots are taken away, so that means you would need to adjust and compromise for the leftovers. And I'm not sure, as a competitive player, you wouldn't want to settle down for that.
I think that car is stuck. You can't really get it out.
Uh-oh. It's fine, though. He's still got the escape route. Still got his hands on the buggy. I'm
trying not to leave
what trying to do, but...
Hey, man, it's a Lamborghini. Yeah. It's too expensive, Necro. Can't leave it behind.
Understandable. Understandable. But the next circle shift is actually going to be right on top of Yasnaya Polyana, Johnny. Once again, you can see a big wave of vehicles just moving inside of the Yasnaya Polyana region. And now it's going to be stacked up with a lot of foes. Too many teams at the same time. It just looks like a massive splash of colors. And probably a ruckus around the corner. But 12 busted cops take a fight against the players of 8-bit. And already 2 of the knocks have been found. Mayur nicely done, but unfortunately Knight overextends. And he gets caught instantly. Akko as well is taken down way too low. But still the situation's taken down to a 2-on-0. Because 8-bit, they've already been eliminated from the game. What just happened?
Oh man, it was a blink it and you miss it moment, as you like to call it, Necro. 12 busted cops, they showed up, and it seems like 8-bit, they had committed at least some crime because no prisoners were taken in that fight. Just complete annihilation of Team 8-bit in a matter of seconds, and they become the first team to be eliminated from this match.
Exactly what I meant when I said 8-bit. Yes, they are one of the known teams, but it's tough to put the trust on this team, right?
Yeah.
And I guess you still had some sort of hope from the side of 8-bit. Yeah, they still do have 2 more games to go, but looking at the stats from the past 3 games, it's not looking that great, Johnny. There's a chance this team can actually not move in the top 64. But yeah, I mean, 8-bit, before the fight even started, it ended. And now that's a big question mark that the players of 8-bit really need to start to put up on themselves, because the push that they try to make, it looks really unorthodox.
Yeah, I mean, they lost one player. They lost their entry before the team even slammed into the buildings, and by the time they got there, the second knock was also secured. Knight, as you mentioned during the fight as well, the overextension was there, but it was a forgivable mistake considering they knew for a fact that the opposing team was going to be extremely low. And then we see them commit indoors on that one isolated player from the side of 8-bit. They lost one more player, but by then it was all over. Enough damage was dished out to help Mayur just secure that final frag for his team. So I have to say, good props to the winning side over there, 12 busted cops. Because, I mean, if a team like 8-bits pushes upon you, it's very difficult to handle that pressure and match their pace in a team fight. But these lads did it perfectly, and they made it look so easy.
And I like the fact that it was also 12 busted cops, right? This is another one of those teams that is not doing too hot. And now getting those 4 elimination points to kick things off, it's just going to be elevating their confidence even more. And yeah, the players inside of the house, they just got melted. 12 busted cops, they were like magma. And the players of 8-bit, they just stepped in that magma. Looking at the situation that's currently erupting inside of Yasna Poliana, look at Alibaba Raiders. A 3-1 split going on. Roman IGL in the front lines. That's what he's supposed to do. Move up forward. Go for the scouting role. Scout out the grounds. And for now, another fight brewing up in front of us. Number 1 Esports in a bit of a trouble. Number 1 Esports has been one of those teams that has been able to perform quite well. But then this time, 2 of the players instantly getting caught. Now it's all down to Pradeep. And even Pradeep and his teammate, they're just on a move. They do not want anything to do with this fight.
Yeah. They've been forced into the blue. And Pradeep is going to fall as well. Jayant, the last man surviving for the side of number 1 Esport. I don't think he will be able to survive for long. He's made a run for the hills. He's made a push for that city of Yasna Poliana, but that is where the side of Alibaba Raiders are waiting for him on that northern edge. So the entry, it's going to be super difficult to execute this late rotation, especially alone. But I wonder what signature P6 will be up to from here on out, because Necro, look at them. They're just crossing that Stalber Hill. Now they will enter the northeastern fields of Yasnaya, the open space, but that is in control of Claw right now. If you try to rotate wide, you're gonna have wide. You will have to go through 0 vibes. If you try to move towards the southern side, then G2 will be waiting for you along with 12 busted cops who will have great line of fire available for the fields around them. And of course, towards the west, you have Jux. And Jux, I mean, looking at the numbers, is one of the most deadly team you can go up against in this entire lobby.
Hands down. And they've gotten 2 elimination points so far. The players are out in the open. 2-2 split, 2 in the back, 2 in the front. The structure is understandable too, just in case if the 2 players in the front lines are in a big trouble. The 2 players from the back would provide a lot of cover fire. It is still one of those stages where you can tank the zone damage. And G2 Battlegrounds, finally we're seeing them inside of the zone for the first time. X7 Mizoram right behind them though. Interesting. Unwanted neighbors entering the territory. And G2 Battlegrounds instantly starting to get jealous of that fact. They do not want to share that area. But X7 and Mizoram, they've taken it forcefully. And somewhere down line, now the players of G2 will be forced to take a fight against the players of X7. A problem for Slayer here though, Johnny, is that this man does not have any type of boosters on him, so he cannot top his HP off.
Yeah. It's a troublesome position to be in, but look at this. Signature P6, the push on CLAWxXPIRAT is there. And PMWI IGL with the DBS is trying to make sure that the outer periphery of this compound is going to be clear, but even he is going to be picked off. Now Zeref has to clear the flanks in the distance. Two players still alive for the side of CLAWxXPIRAT. Signature P6. They've taken a big hit in this fight. Look at the radar. There's a man on the flank, but he's too far away from this compound to do anything.
Yeah. That was clearly a desperate push from Signature P6.
Yeah.
And Claw, for them, it was just a desert being served on a silver platter. Easily accumulated those finish points, and now instantly trying to move inside of the safe zone too. And Claw, some are down line. They themselves know these lines are not going to be that safe. The man in the back lines is still alive, going for the heal strat over and over again. And look at the next circle. It's actually going to shift down south, a little bit tilted to the right side. Luckily enough for the players of I'm Officials, they're right in the prime spot, and they've also got the best compound to play around with inside of the zone. Everything they can ask for is with them, and they can accumulate so many elimination points if played properly.
Let's see. CLAWxXPIRAT, they've managed to find a way towards the northeastern edge of the circle, but still stuck out in the open. I think the commotion made by the vehicles from Zero Vibes has been heard. So that might be the first team they are looking forward to pick up a fight against. But here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Alibaba Raiders against the side of REDECENT Esports. And whoa! The Raiders, they get raided. And it's going to be REDECENT who come out on top. 5 points secured already in this game. One man was knocked out. But Billa should be able to bring his teammate back into this fight. And after that, he needs a first aid for sure. Because there is no HP on him. And the blue zone, it's going to start to close in 50 seconds.
We had a conversation about this, Johnny. Alibaba Raiders taking so much time to rotate inside of the zone. And then Yasna Poliana region just completely screwing him over. The wall of death is now slowly and steadily moving in. And even the safe zone shifts away from them completely. So far, we've got 4 teams wiped out. Signature P6, the last remaining man, is still all the way in the blue, going for that med strat. But talk about this scenario that's in front of us. CLAWxXPIRAT actually taking a fight against the foes in the front lines. This fight is going to be a tough one to execute, considering the opponents. They're way too far away. But look at the back lines of Claw. Signature P6's man, he's finally moved inside the safe zone, Johnny. I'm not having a good sign about this one, but he's also under heavy fire from CLAWxXPIRAT.
Of course, the pressure, it can prove a little too much for the team to deal with, but CLAWxXPIRAT, I think the one advantage they have against the teams in the backlines is the fact they are still in the edge of the circle. But look at this, 12 busted cops. They take on the players of X7 MIZORAM. Nox traded from either side. Knight still standing as AKD has been finished off and Mayur knocked out. And it's going to be down to Knight alone now. He's the last man left from his side. Takes down one from X7 MIZORAM. All thanks to the DBS, but can he get more frags now? There's more teams closing in for these compound shots. They make a push as well, and now they will be able to wrap up all of these points for themselves. They're lying there right in front of their eyes. One more knock coming in for Knight. A brilliant nade. He has brought this fight down to a 1v1. Can he clutch it out? He sees the back of the opposition as he runs out from behind the corner. But I believe X7, they are done. Knight is the last man left standing from 12 busted cops, but it's up against Jux now, and he is going to bite the dust as well. Jux, look at them. They capitalized Necro 5 points, and all they had to do was just make the push at the right time.
Oh, too many fights happening at the same time. Even T2 Wedge in a bit of a trouble themselves. And HET, they're on a constant barrage with the bullets. Nicely done. The player managed to shut down the opponents, and for now is on the safer grounds, but still he needs to get the resurrection back upon the Wizard. A couple of more nades sailing in towards this direction, and those nades are being tossed by the players at G2 Battlegrounds. Even G2 Battlegrounds barely on the edge, just surviving. Officials, even this team will need to move outside of their comfort zone. And that's what they're doing. Leaving that compounds, trying to move out in the open. Officials, they're definitely going to be facing a lot of problems when they position themselves right next to the players of G2 Officials, or G2 Battlegrounds. And the team that's right in the smack center is also being the center of attraction for now is ZV. That's not a good position to be in this late inside of the zone, but at least they're in a decent spot. So if they do somehow manage to survive, that's going to be an icing on top of the cake. Before HTE Trek's place, this nade's going to be this nade's going to mean a lot. And he's going to toss it right to the right direction. But Columbus still somehow is alive.
He's a little too far away from his teammate, and he gets slammed in from behind. Jux, look at them. They're still out on the hunt, Necro. It seems like they're trying to replicate the performance from week 1, but Vardhan, his vehicle slips out of control. Amazing has taken a lot of damage, and Wizard from HTE, he is still hiding inside his Lamborghini, hiding inside of the smoke. How long can he survive? He's going to run out of first aid soon, man.
Indeed is. Just waiting for the right moment to strike and also breach inside of the safe zone. There's a chance he can actually run down 2 of the players of Jux if played well. All he needs to do is wait for those 2 players to actually line up and then move in with the vehicle itself. But no, instead he's ejected out. I'm not sure how good of a play this is going to be, but Jux, they're up for a massive surprise as the man pulls out the DBS and he's finally making it inside of the safe zone. He gets the first knock, but that's all he's going to find. A return slap to his face to shut him down and put to sleep. But ZV Columbus, he gets knocked out. The team that's right in the smack center in the prime spot is now facing a lot of problems. And even Jux Esports is facing some problems themselves as G2 Battlegrounds, even they decide to enter the fray. Even they want to be a part of this action. Even they want this piece of pie. As GWL on the left lines, even they're taking too much damage. Zodor TX knocked out. Surya in the back lines is still alive. The only glimmer of hope.
And the only glimmer of hope, the last man standing for the side of GWL, and they are very desperate for these points. Even the finishers were looking quite decent. G2, they have the numbers protected. All 4 players still surviving in the late stage of the game, and we're down to 5 teams, 15 players now. So if they can just stay safe for a few moments longer,
wow,
the chicken dinner can be theirs as well. Look at them on the radar, the circle under their control. G2 Battlegrounds. Jux in the meanwhile a little distracted by the players of Zero Vibes. They have secured 1 extra finish thanks to the nade. But how do they approach the fights that lie ahead? In particular, G2 Battlegrounds. Nico knocked out. Jux under trouble. Vardhan falls as well. And Jux have been eliminated from this game.
Too many teams taking shots at the same time against Jux, and now it's down to the one last man alive from Zero Vibes. Sam OP gets ran over, so even that elimination point has been claimed by the players. Nicely done from G2 Battlegrounds. What a way to kick things off. And this is what I was exactly talking about when I mentioned G2 Battlegrounds as well at the start of the day.
Yeah.
This team definitely did have that potential, and with the way they took the late game rotation all the way from military base was even quite impressive, and still the fact that it worked out for them, it's just astonishing to me.
Exactly, and I mean, it is very impressive, as you said, how they have been able to pull off this win of theirs. I mean, they had 6 eliminations in the end. I think they were able to secure like 2 or 3 more, maybe even in the double digits. So that 20 bomb can be expected from this team. But again, the performance needs to be replicated if they want to dream about and if they want to keep the dream of that top 16 still alive. But on the other side, I think G2 Battlegrounds, they were impressive, but Jux was also equally impressive. Let's not forget, they had a head start in this tournament today, in the matches today, and Jux is still keeping their eye in the top 16. This performance, I think, helps them get there. They've taken that first step, 2 more and they're there.
Exactly. It's all about staying consistent, and I think so Jux, they're already doing so slowly and steadily. Now the conversation reverts back to Team 8-Bit and number 1 Esports, where things really did go quite downhill. And the same thing can also be said for Alibaba Raiders, because you always would want to kick things off on a great note. Alibaba Raiders, not that great of a start. Number 1 Esports, not that good of a start as well. But number 1 Esports, at least they have good points in the back. So still, even in the remaining 2 games, they can actually try to pull something off. You talk about Alibaba Raiders, man, the room for error is next to none. The same thing can also be said for 8-Bit.
Yeah, the same thing can be said for 8-Bit as well. And as you said, Alibaba Raiders, both these 2 teams, now the safety cushion that they had against the rest of the lobby has started to fade away. Plus, they're running out of matches, right? 2 more games left, Miramar and Sanhok, and you have to do whatever it takes to at least secure 1 big chicken dinner if you want to qualify within the top 32 as well. And I think for a team like both these 2 squads, Alibaba Raiders and 8-Bit, I think top 32, even that is going to sting them. They were hoping for top 16 maybe when the tournament started, but now top 32 is where you will have to settle with. If you fail on Miramar though, then even the top 64 is something that you will dream about. Maybe, I mean, you never know what can go wrong. So you have to be extremely careful. And I think that is why we were quite amazed with what Jux was doing in the early stages. They stayed so passive, avoided everything. And during the extreme late game, stage 5 is when we saw Jux step into the action and start take fights.
I mean, We also need to talk about that push from 8-bit towards 12 busted cops in that compound. And that push was so unorthodox, it just came in out of nowhere. 8-bit just got completely obliterated. 3 players were in the compound, and 1 man was in the outskirts. The man who was in the outskirts got completely isolated, so he got taken down easily. But the 3 players inside of the compound, I'm not sure still what exactly happened there. But one thing is for sure, 1 man from 12 busted cops just went completely berserk on the players. So 12 busted cops, generally speaking, that was quite a solid way to kick things off in that previous game. Unfortunately, the conversion in the future wasn't that great. So yeah, once again, you can still give them the benefit of the doubt, saying that the circle is also playing a lot of the mind games. Moving on forward, looking at fiery finishes though, this is how Alibaba Raiders got completely eliminated from the game by the players of REDECENT.
Yeah, and REDECENT again, they've performed quite decent in fact in this match as well. I'm glad you brought this team up as well, because I mean, in the postgame, it seemed like we did not talk about them a lot, but that early aggression, I did like that early aggression from their side. Maybe in the next few matches, the survival is going to be there as well. But as long as they're confident enough to not run away from those early fights and actually try and capitalize on the fact that, all right, finish points are important to us now, maybe just they can turn their fate around in the next upcoming matchup. But again, they have to be 100% focused. They can't miss a single shot.
Now, once again, let's move on forward and figure out who's going to be the MVP of the previous game. There's still a little bit of more points that I want to convey and put up forward. And once again, the points going to be related to G2 Battlegrounds. They started things off all the way from the military base. We saw them take such a late game rotation too, to the point where we also saw the players of Official be in the prime spot. They had the only compound available in the late game scenarios. But then when the circle moved away and when Officials needed to move outside of the compound, they got completely screwed up. Before now, moving on forward and looking at the MVP, it's going to be Deoxy Plays from the side of course, G2 Battlegrounds. 5 finishes wrapped up and a map impact of 9%. Finish contribution of 41.
Yeah, so the double digits are there for sure for the side of G2 Battlegrounds as well. So the big win they were hoping for is there, but Deoxy Plays, I mean, towards the end as well, we saw him be a part of the action as well. And G2 Battlegrounds, they just played that final few fights, the top 4 situation out perfectly. They just had 1 ridge to work with, and they were hoping for Jux to actually be the aggressors in the action, which Jux did not deny them the opportunity of. They just ran towards the opposition that was stuck in the center, which was Zero Vibes, and G2 Battlegrounds waited for the timing perfectly, and when they knew that Zero Vibes was at their worst, that is when they chose to strike. And we have Deoxy Plays in the list of top players, followed up by Luffy, 4 eliminations for this man, Vardhan from Jux with 4, Billa from RDT with 4 as well, REDECENT that is, and 12 busted cops. Well, they are represented by Mayur OG with 3 eliminations to his name.
Now, focusing on Jux a little bit more, right? You mentioned Jux were not able to stop the players of G2 Battlegrounds, but generally speaking, Jux, they had their own problems to deal with. There were teams in the back lines, a man who was trying to move in from the zone, then even Jux was facing off against Zero Vibes. So Jux was taking too many fights at the same time, and at that point in time, you cannot even blame Jux for that, because it's really tough to isolate fights out in the open, right? And that's what exactly just happened with the players of Jux Esports. But still, the fact that they managed to get 3rd position is quite impressive. Moving on forward towards the point standings over here, they've got the 3rd position in the point standings, so yeah, they're doing quite decent considering G2 Battlegrounds. They got the first one, of course, with the chicken dinner. ZV getting the second one with 12.
Yeah, and Zero Vibes, I think they were impressive as well. Their survival instincts kicked in at the right nick of time, and they were able to hold their own in that final top 3 situation. 12 points for Zero Vibes. CLAWxXPIRAT, I am actually quite impressed with how they've been able to turn things around. Their start into the grind was not that great, but CLAWxXPIRAT, if they can maintain this average, maybe the top 64 dream can still be alive. But then we have a few new faces. Team GWL is there with 7 points. Rush, REDECENT, 12 busted cops. They show up with 5 eliminations on that 8th position. They don't have any placement points, so we know for a fact that survival is something that team in particular needs to focus on.
Latter half of the board in front of us, Officials, one of those teams that had a solid position in the late game stages. Still, they sort of messed up a little bit. Signature P6, we even saw them be in a really bad stance. Moving on forward towards X7 MIZORAM. X7 MIZORAM was taking a lot of fights. That's where you can see those 5 finish points wrapped up. But unfortunately, when it comes to placing yourself better inside of the zone, that's when X7 MIZORAM struggled. Number 1 Esports, a team that we had a lot of expectations from in the first game itself, completely failed. The same thing can also be is set for Team 8-Bit, Alibaba Raiders, and Team Hope. Team Hope as well, still the woes keep on continuing. 0 points accumulated so far. Now, Johnny, moving back to the conversation about G2, right? We saw them move slowly and steadily, inching slowly and steadily inside of the late zone, and I just love the stance the players of G2 Battlegrounds were taking. They were spread out so wide apart from each other. It was like a straight line. At G2 Battlegrounds, there was a man looking at the back, a couple of players looking at the sidelines, and the man in the front, his job was to clear out the front lines. Everything was properly structured from them.
And even the circle favored them in that final fight as well. It was all theirs. The zone shift just moved on one of their players and the other players just followed up to cover him up. After that, there was no opportunity where Zero Vibes could challenge them, or maybe even the side of Jux would have challenged them. But ladies and gentlemen, we don't get challenges for you guys. We bring you fun things every time we are here in the grind, and this is going to be one of them.
Man, at this point in time, I'm not even going to talk about the skin anymore because, it looks too good. I don't have it, so I'm jealous. I'm going to be moving on to the topic of the map of Miramar. Johnny, Miramar on the horizon. G2 Battlegrounds, in my opinion, with the way they played Erangel, they stand a solid chance now to win the game of Miramar too. But I would also say it's a stronger suit for Alibaba Raiders, which I would like to call the CLAWxXPIRAT Reborn. If you noticed that in 2023, CLAWxXPIRAT Reborn, they were quite solid on Miramar.
That is true, and I think there is an opportunity for them to bounce back in this map as well. Again, it is all going to be how desperate they feel right now and how much pressure that desperation is going to cause in the heads of these players. Even in the previous game, the rotation was looking decent. It was the fight against the players of REDECENT where they failed miserably and all of them got wiped out. But again, Miramar is where you have enough time to gather information for yourselves because of how big the map is. You see the opposition head towards you from long distance, and that allows you to be prepared for when the fight actually happens. But ladies and gentlemen, we were also prepared for a little bit of a switch up because now, again, Necro, he has gone on a break, and we have Universe who's going to be joining us for the next game. And Universe, first things off, I mean, it's always going to be the default question. You've watched the first game, you've seen the teams perform during their opening week as well. What are your expectations as we're about to jump into this game number 2?
Well, the first thing I obviously noticed was that fiasco by Team 8-Bit, who I was actually expecting to do a little bit better today. Very early on, slamming into 12 busted cops, and just like the names are, if the cop itself is busted, it's not fair to take a fight against them because they're going to have a lot of advantages on their side. But there were two, I think, particular fights that I do want to point out. One was, of course, the 8-Bit one, and the other one was number 1 esports losing 2 members to Signature P6 in that, a slightly side-hilled fight that they had early on into the game, where they had to get their 2 members down, and before they could even support, the pressure from Signature was so high that the remaining players had to just run away from there as soon as possible, and they ended the game with just 1 finish. Granted, they're towards that position where maybe they're closer to their top 64 compared to the other teams, but they were definitely hoping for something a little better, which has already been stolen from them from game 1. But considerably, they still have a good 2 games to go, which I believe will propel them a little further. 10, 12 points. This game should not be too much of a trouble for a team of their caliber. But there is actually a particular team, Jux, who I wanted to talk about, who actually had a great strategy coming into the game, right? The third parties they were doing towards the end of that, using the zone as a sandwich between themselves and the opponent teams to crunch them in, force them out of their positions and their compounds. They did that successfully in the third party versus X7 and 12 busted cops, where they found practically, I think, 4 or 5 finishes right there, which was really good for them.
Yeah.
And they did that again against HTE as well, which was really good. But towards the end, when they tried that against, I think it was Zero Vibes, they became the prey of their own strategy because they stuck to the edge of the zone themselves and kind of got boxed in to what was essentially their own game plan.
Yeah. And I think, again, you perfectly laid out their entire story of this matchup, because before they showed up to that third party between 12 Busted Cops and X7, they had no finishes. But it was because of how the fight was also happening that the third party worked out in their favor, and they were able to pick up those easy frags from the players lying outside of X7, and then, of course, finishing off the last man from the side of 12 Busted Cops. And towards the end, it was G2 Battlegrounds, man, that was blocking there, because their plan, it felt like when they positioned themselves on that ridge, you could see they're eyeing out that ridge just behind which the players of G2 Battlegrounds were. But as soon as they realized, all right, there's an entire 4-man roster present in that location, they just shifted focus and started shooting towards Zero Vibes, just committing everything for those final few points. But unfortunately, that also did not work out. Zero Vibes had so much cover with those vehicles out in the open. But again, opportunity is still there. At least we know for a fact that Jux came prepared for this second play day of theirs.
Yeah, most certainly. And speaking of G2, historically, Johnny, we've seen in this week, the teams that were making those late rotations outside of the zone very, very late on weren't really successful as such. We saw Velocity do it yesterday. NRG was doing it as well. But G2 seemed to prove us wrong as they move in further. But there is, of course, the positionality of them being maybe testing it out too much. I hope this time around they don't do it. But of course, there was one person I want to actually point out the best, which is Luffy, right? Luffy did really well, and I would like to use a term here that he was doing really well with the with the buggy that he was driving around. Distract and subtract. That's what he was doing with that vehicle, honestly.
That's a new strategy if that is his game plan, but let's see if this guy can actually execute it successfully in this map of Miramar as well. Plus, I think it's pronounced Luffy. I think it comes from an anime.
Yeah. Yes. There are times that I've heard players say that they call it Luffy, and there are times of Luffy. Oh. But
we'll talk to the man and see how he calls it.
Yes, I need to know it from him himself. I'm pretty sure he is a One Piece fan, otherwise he wouldn't be naming that, but my bad on mispronouncing it.
We'll figure it out. But anyways, one thing also we need to figure out is where are a lot of these teams going now? Look at the flight path in front of us, Universe. It's leaning heavily towards the southern half of the map. This has to be one of the shortest flight paths on this map of Miramar. Starts from Minas del Sur and goes till Impala.
We did see a similar one, I believe, yesterday's first Miramar as well, which came in from Puerto Paraiso and went towards Monte Nuevo and kind of finished off over there. But that was still a little bit longer than what we have here. And you are right, this is one of the shortest flight paths. It's not going to give out too much of accountability of spread, in my opinion. You can see there is, of course, only one team headed towards that complete southern zone, that is HTE. A lot of the teams here just spread out between Chumacera, Los Leones, maybe a small road trip towards Monte Nuevo possible from GWL, but the rest of the teams seem to have an impactful positioning towards the western end of the map, where we've got Jux, T2H, Claw, as well as REDECENT.
It's going to be quite interesting to see how they actually move forward in this game. Massive clusters forming all over the place. And Jux, I think it's the spread that they have that should be a deterrent for them to force a fight. In the meanwhile, though, while we look towards the western half of the map, and of course, a northern circle to a southern flight path. Why would we expect anything else in this map of Miramar? We have a circle up north, ladies and gentlemen, centered towards water treatment for some reason. I mean, why am I complaining? It's going to cause a lot of mid-game action now. Majority of the teams are going to rotate for that northeastern half of the quadrant of the map. But as I was talking about Alibaba Raiders, we saw shots being fired upon them by 12 busted cops, and that has resulted in Alibaba Raiders desperately finding vehicles. They have found 2 of them, and now they might be looking to move up north along that western edge of the map and then starting their looting phase. So they are the last ones to basically begin their first stage of the game.
Yeah, I believe they might go ahead towards El Pozo, if at all anything. maybe draw it all the way, because the circle's pretty northern, right? So they might end up going to La Cabrera. But at the moment, there is a fight ensuing pretty quickly. It's gonna be Team IM versus TH, Team Hope. They gotta hope for a little bit extra here. They already have got 2 knocks in their hands, and those are the finishes as well. That is a big loss for IM officials.
Oh, big loss, big hit for IM official, as you said, and a big win for Team Hope. The mistakes that were made in the previous map, I think they are trying their level best to make up for them. They lost 2 players extremely early in the game, and from there, recovering was kind of impossible. What a way to kick things off on Miramar as well. I'm official. We were hoping to see a bounce back from this team as well. Unfortunately, I guess we're going to have to wait all the way till Sanhok, and by then, even the opportunity to bounce back might have been taken away from them based on how this match goes. But let's see what the next few pages of that story are going to be like. In the meanwhile, we bring ourselves back to the top contenders of this particular group. JUX, impressive in the first game, but the chicken dinner wasn't stolen from them, I would say. They tried their level best to snatch it away from the side of G2 Battlegrounds, but what wasn't theirs wasn't going to be theirs, I guess.
Well, you might just be right. And speaking of things that weren't right, I just had a look at the map, Johnny, and I was looking at where the remaining members of IM officials were. They've got 2 of their members in Picaro, while these 2 were almost near Graveyard. So I'm not quite sure that split was a decision made in the sense of understanding if there's going to be, a rotation coming in early, or did they want to get into the zone together? Because that was a bit of a fast spread between the 2, duos. But either way, it's a mistake that's been committed, and a mistake that they have to pay. They've already paid for by losing 2 members. And now we look forward to another team on our screens, number 1 Esports, who were in a similar position last time. Lost 2 players early on. Now surviving with 4, hoping to keep all of them alive towards the end. Because they are one of the top contenders, aren't they? At least considerably how they performed the last time.
Yes, they are. I mean, along with the side of JUX, number 1 is also one of the teams that we were looking forward to before the day began. They're done quite well for themselves in that opening week of theirs, and from there on out, I mean, expectations were definitely there to see this team and how they would fight their way into the top 16. What were these kids going to do? But unfortunately, that first game, as you mentioned, 2 players lost early. Then after that, I think even Pradeep was picked off just a few seconds later. One last man surviving, not really a position you want to be in, not really a position from where you can accomplish a lot as well, considering how the previous game came to an end. But Signature P6 on our screens right now. Again, even they are not having a decent start of this game. We see smoke coming out of that buggy. Here's that first early collision. Team Hope against the players of IM Official. And coming back to what you were saying about the 2-2 split, I think it was, rather than a mistake, kind of a gamble taken by the side of IM Official. We have seen this in the past, that because of the size of this map, teams sometimes do go for a wide split drop. 2-2 is still fine. We've seen teams go for 4-man wide split drops on this map, but they tend to do them in isolated locations. I think that was the miscalculation made by IM Official this time around as to which positions in the maps are going to be empty, because the flight path was extremely weird, and that did result in a lot of these teams that play from the northern half of the map to make on-the-fly decisions of where they were going to drop and look for weapons and vehicles. I think that was the one gamble that backfired for IM.
Yeah, because all the teams were pretty much, southern bound. But then the minute they saw that, zone come in, I think they should have realized, there's going to be early rotations coming in pretty quickly by some of these teams. And most of them will have to go through them because they did land near the southernmost edge. Picaro is just about at the edge of the zone right there. But hey, we are going to have to move forward now. And they're going to have to try and maybe play this on the back of a couple of safety positional points, because they don't need too many points in terms of overall consistency. Yes, the last game wasn't that great for them, but if they're able to manage at least 10 here somehow with the last 2 players remaining, and then another 10 in the next, I really think they should be scratching the edge. Not quite sure about that calculation, but winners, of course, G2 still on the loot. 8-bit, another big team that we were hoping would do well. A little bit of a untimed decision making of taking one particular compound ended in their demise as well. And this time, they are the ones coming in a little later in, as they right now are the kings of Los Leones, all by themselves here, looting, by the way.
And they've decided to stay back for a long time as well. I mean, the last ones to rotate this time outside of Los Leones will be the side of 8-bit, but still the early stage of the match. I think this can work out quite nicely for 8-bit if they do not watch any more fights. Because as far as the rotations go, team play goes, again, experienced players, so that is definitely not going to be a point of struggle for them. Last time around in the previous game, it was a little too much commitment given to that initial fight without securing any opening against the side of 12 busted cops. And I think they did not have a lot of information of how many players, or in fact, where the players had positioned themselves in those compounds as well. That little bit of information was what backfired for 8-bit, but this time, they take their sweet time. You never know. Maybe they can bounce back. In the meanwhile, though, GWL, middle of the pack as always. And even in the previous game.
Yeah, but they did start today with 2 points. That's all they were able to accomplish in the previous week that they played, GWL. If they're going to even hope or look at a dream for themselves, and it is going to be quite a jump for game. 2 knocks here. I'm not quite sure I can read that properly, but is that HDE? I believe that's HDE.
Yes. Yes, they are.
Yeah, and there comes the support. Did they by any chance lose their life to the zone? I think so, maybe. Because I don't see any other team around them at the moment.
I think these lads just fell.
No way.
I think I saw someone take fall damage and get knocked out, but I'm not seeing any vehicles that where they could have fallen from. So
yeah, maybe a misejection from the seat.
Yeah, maybe. But anyways, I mean, luckily for them, there is backup available. It's just a little bit of healing utility wasted for no reason at all. I think that is all that we can take away, or at least HDE can take away from that fight. Should not happen, did happen. Luckily, you recovered. Shouldn't happen again. That is it.
Yeah.
I think we can leave it at that.
You might as well. I don't think they need any more of that reminiscence. But speaking of reminiscence of good terms, Jux, of course, were the leaders coming into today's games from their group. They had accumulated 41 the last time they played. Previous game, 7 good finishes. Positional, not as much as they would have hoped. And now they're looking for a little bit more. I'm pretty sure they're the ones who are aiming for the top 16 here. They know that they've got the capability to do it. And at the moment, just breaching into the starboard side of that zone. Right around Cruz del Val. But they've got competition there in front of them. T2H, not too far away. And I think they might be looking to breach the same city.
Possibility is going to be there, and I think in a few short moments, once both the teams enter each other's field of vision, we might see a little bit of a clash as well. But as you were talking about Jux, one thing I would like to point out is Jux's positional play hasn't really been that great, to be honest. I mean, if we look at how they got those 41 points during their opening week, you notice their aggression is on point. They're very precise with their aim, 28 finished points, and that is an amazing number to look at in just 3 matches, right? They have 1 chicken dinner, and they have just 13 placement points. You get 10 placement points for a chicken dinner, so that means the other 2 matches, they were only able to accumulate an average of 1 point per match from those other 2 games. So that is where I think Jux can struggle. If they aren't really able to survive to the late game stages, then they are going to have to go extremely heavy in terms of finishes. So I believe that is something that they are trying to avoid as of now. Just taking things slowly, making sure they are there within the top 5, the top 6. And once they are in the top 6 of a particular map, that is when they start bringing in the aggression. That is when they start stepping into those fights. Even in the previous game, I think the first fight they ran in, that fight between X7 MIZORAM, which they were involved in, and 12 Busted Cops, That happened in stage 5 or stage 6. It happened between that transition, that late in the game.
Yeah, it most certainly did. For the moment, a team that needs to survive till that late stage of the game is in front of our screens right now. I am officials who've got a pretty good positioning actually, and are in towards pretty much the center of the zone, but they need to be careful because I think if you can look at the map, Jux might be heading in their general direction, hoping that they too can get a piece of that little safety zone right towards the center.
This is going to be extremely interesting, this match in the late game stages, because as we transition to the second stage, not a big movement from the circle. Even the third stage, I don't think there's going to be a massive shift of the circle as well. Majority of the teams already inside a pretty decent spot, except for number 1, ESPORTS. Apparently, they're very far away. Did I see them towards the southwestern edge of the map?
Yeah,
Yes,
you
they
were
are
correct.
in Chumasera.
Yeah, yes, they are. So this time it's going to be number 1 esports who are going to be pulling off a G2 Battlegrounds cosplay, coming in extremely late from the extreme southern side of the map. But speaking of coming into the zone, right now we have on our screens Claw, who were at the top right corner and have just entered the zone actually. And it seems like we have a bit of an altercation here with Signature P6 up against Team GWL.
They've seen them. But does GWL have the opposition of the threat lurking above their heads? As you mentioned, Signature P6 is the team. Oh, they do! Shubayu, what is that shot? So precise. 2 hits to his head. And he went down like a sack of potatoes over there, but let's see, GWL, they have an opening. Can they capitalize, considering now even they are going to be forced to rotate towards the circle, which from their spot, their position, is quite far away.
Yeah, they need to get in there. This zone's taken a bit of a sharp twist towards the western corner. And it seems like GWL, they're not interested in this fight anymore. Rotations have been called, as you said it, Johnny. They heard you. And they say, you know what, we've given them enough trouble. We're going to take care of Signature P6 later on. Shelby, just keeping an eye out in case he heard them trying to get in their vehicles, but he was not sure if they're coming towards them for a push or is it going to be a runaway. For the matter, it is runaway. And as we look at the zone, ladies and gentlemen, look at that car, a complete structure, the chaos towards the middle of water plant. It's going to be Zero Vibes to take the first shot towards CLAWxXPIRAT, and they've already gotten one finish. Zard's going to be able to get away there. But Zero Vibes, really good hold of their position at the moment. They've got a great compound to play on the back of.
Well, let's see. The cover that they have is quite brilliant, but Claw on the move. Zero Vibes not really able to connect any shots. Committed too much ammunition on those rotating players. Phoenix has taken some damage upon himself. Zerf quite healthy. And one after the other, the players from the side of CLAWxXPIRAT, they make their way towards their cover, towards their compound. Easy entry gain, but look at the finish feed. It seems like a fight has broken out. In fact, a couple of them, one between 8-Bit and Team Hope, and the other one involving the side of Alibaba Raiders. Things are getting interesting. Things are getting heated up. And it is HTE that the Raiders have gone up against. Pahadi knocked out. So the opening is there.
Yeah, it is. Alibaba Raiders, they needed a good clean squad wipe to start off this game, and they might just find it against HTE. They've taken out 2, as you mentioned. Hardy, out in the open, will be finished off right there. And Roman's going to try and do his job of flanking them around, give them some chip and damage. The nades, not. There's a spot, and there goes another. HTE completely blindsided here as Alibaba do a perfect switch and turn and pinch them from every possible direction.
They've separated the players from each other. No backup for anyone. Now, Rex plays. He realizes what has happened. Tries to make a getaway, but from the distance, Ralph OG, what a brilliant spray. Knock secured, finish secured as well. 3 points in the bag for Alibaba Raiders, but where's that fourth man from the side of Team Rush? I think they are still looking for that individual, looking to secure the complete squad wipe. In the meanwhile, though, Signature P6 still up against the players of GWL. Knocks traded out from either side, but it is still the numbers advantage in the favor of GWL. Signature P6 down to 2 players. Pablo, he's quite healthy. Winter has been brought back into the game. GWL, one of their players was knocked out, but he's getting a revive right now as Shobhayu. He leads the charge for the squad.
Yeah, but GWL have got the advantage here, and as I speak of it, they've already lost a player. Surya, though, coming in from the backlines, he knows he's got a good chance to take these players out. There it comes, the backup, though. It's insane. Winter.
Yeah, mistakes made, and all of a sudden the table have turned. Joey, last man left standing, sees the opposition in front of him, goes around the buggy. The peak is going to be perfect, and he secures the trade down to a 1v1, I believe, between the two sides. And he knows where the last man is, hiding behind the car. Joey with the peak again, and this time he won't be able to secure the pick. Winter turns into the Winter Soldier. Secures that frag. 4 points for the side of Signature P6.
There is absolutely no way that I was expecting to Signature to win this. Winter single-handedly brings down everything. A clutch from him. And a revive as well. This is absolutely amazing because GWL were with 3 men standing, Johnny. They had the advantage of both men and health. But that one backstab from Winter, which GWL did not expect at all, by the way, has now thrown them out of this game. And that might just be the end of their journey, because 2 games in a row, they can't afford to go down like this, especially when they were starting on the bottom of the table.
Things just keep getting tougher and tougher. In the meanwhile, Alibaba Raiders, Roman IGL knocked out. Ralph, Duke, Chris OP on the flank. They have to be careful. Chris hits the floor as well, but finds the trade before he gets knocked out. Duke, smoke laid out. Looks like he needs to cross over, go for the revive, bring the numbers back. And Team Hope, all of their hope just stacked on this one man called Knight. The nade looks good. He saw Ralph through the windows, and he's securing the finishes before anything else. Ralph taken down to around 50 HP as the shots come in from the flank as well. Big trouble for Alibaba Raiders. They're down to their last man. And Team Hope, what a brilliant move from Knight. He's managed to protect himself and keep his teammates alive. The nade quite close to Duke. The Molotov as well. The nade overshoots. Duke still left standing, and he's going for a revive on his teammate. Knight doing the same. Reset for Alibaba Raiders and Team Hope in this fight.
Honestly, I wouldn't even call this as a reset for Team Hope. I guess this is a win. Knight getting 2 of them there. Getting 2 finishes onto Alibaba Raiders is not, of course, easy. And now I think the Alibaba Raiders are in pressure, and the zones caught them up as well. They need to move in towards their enemies. This is Knight's chance to be a hero.
His moment to seize it. Chris OP taken care of as well. Duke, last man standing, peeks around the corner, almost secures the knock. No HP on Duke. A little bit of an over peak. Knight knocked out. Now down to the last man we go from Team Hope. And as he pushes forward, Duke did not have enough HP to actually take that duel. Will eventually fall. Jinxes the clutch for Alibaba Raiders over there, and Team Hope, they should be able to survive with these 2 individuals, having secured 6 eliminations in the game already. But look at this, another fight somewhere else on the map. In fact, to be a little bit more precise, happening towards water treatment. This one between CLAWxXPIRAT and 12 Busted Cops.
They have gotten 1 knock already, and Claw actually getting back here. Zerev's given a bit of damage, and he says maybe it's time to just play a little bit safer. Let them get that revive back online, because look at that, 12 Busted Cops. They're getting spammed on from behind as well. They've got 8-bit, I believe, on the back. And this is turning out to be a nightmare for 12 Busted Cops, taking pressure from 2 different directions, and that's exactly why Claw said, you know what, we're gonna let 8-bit take care of this. We'll play for a better fight.
Well. Things are looking extremely intense right now with how the zone is moving and what the teams are up to as well. 8-bit The last ones to rotate towards the circle. The last ones to breach this next zone as well. Maybe if they survive the onslaught that is waiting for them on that western edge. But what is going on? Well, this replay... My goodness. Is that how it went down against X7 Mizoram a few moments ago? Mac, one-man show.
Yep. Absolutely. 5 finishes to his name, and it seems like 8-Bit want to kind of charge in, and they're heading in towards Claw. This could be another big fight here, Johnny. 8-Bit, are they going to make the same mistake as they did last time?
Oh, almost it seems like. As Juicy knocked out, Mac is there with a trade though. The 5 becomes a 6. One more finish for this talented individual. Mighty in the backlines though has fallen, and it seems like the tables again take a flip for the side of 8-Bit. Aditya survives with a sliver of HP, but Mac is being burned alive, and it is. 8-Bit forced to take an exit yet again, this time by the hands of Claw. Not really a position they thought they were going to be in. Just 6 eliminations from this game. Now, a big question, is that enough to keep Team 8-Bit in contention for the top 64?
I'm not sure, Johnny. I'm really not sure, because that once again seemed like deja vu to me. A decision made previously, but this time around, they went in between 2 teams here and a third that's coming on the flank, which is, of course, I Am Officials. True False already falling prey to his skewed approach, and he's going to have to watch his teammate run away from him, as another third-party fight continuing between Jux, number 1 esports, and Amazing's gone. Vardhan's going to watch him get taken out. He's got Rebo in front of him, but T2H and number 1 esports are constantly keeping the pressure on them. Smoke screens everywhere. Vardhan taking in a lot of nade damage. He's somehow managing to survive for the moment and throwing down a couple of cover smokes for himself, but is this going to be enough against the might of... No, what the hell was that nade? Vardhan! He took out everybody! One single nade!
Goodness. Oh boy, that is iconic. That is a clip it and ship it moment right there for Vardhan, and he's going to be proud of that. Of course, in a moment of desperation as well, Universe. They were struggling for points, and he brings on so many. Rebu knocked out Vardhan, the last man left standing. Jux, we were talking about them. How much they had to lose, how much they had to gain from the performances in these games, but it seems like now they might have to settle just for the top 32, not the top 16, with how they're moving forward. Last man left standing inside of this match. He's outside the circle as well. He sees the players from G2 Battleground in front of them, and the first one to hit the floor will be Deoxy Plays, the MVP of the previous match. Another nade lobbed by Vardhan. Does this one connect? It's a no for that nade, and now he's isolated in a 1v4. This is done. This game is over for Jux Esports.
Yeah, Vardhan, he's trying to survive from 3 different directions of bullets coming in towards him, and now the zone's clinching him as well. It's not being kind. This map of Miramar is being hot and treacherous for him. He's going to try and keep himself alive, though, with the heals that he's got, and he might just actually be able to survive getting in, just inching in. E2H around the corner as Bullet, that one man of I Am Officials, going in straight towards Signature, P9 and P6, and there he's going to lose his life there. One after the other, teams keep falling as we've come down to the top 6.
Well, top 6 teams, 17 players still alive, 0 wipes still present in the late game stage of this match, along with the side of G2 Battleground. Jux finally get eliminated on that 6th position. And it's not one of these teams that have gotten Vardhan out of the picture. It's the blue zone out of all things. But let's see. Time to find out who gets the chicken for this match. G2 still a top contender. It seems like they're dishing out a lot of damage upon the side of 12 busted cops. 0 wipes spotted out as well. Slayer did commit a clip towards one of the individuals. I believe it was Tizu, but wasn't really able to connect the shots back then. Now he does, though. Damage dished out. 12 busted cops in the meanwhile. They're down to their last 2 players surviving in this matchup. So I think they should be getting eliminated from this game soon.
Yeah, Satya trying to keep a bit of a side eye towards him as Luffy once again doing that distract and subtract method. He did this the last time around. That buggy in his hands is a menace, guys. Trust me. He's just running around waiting for his teammates to get a bit of damage, and then he goes over and runs over these players. 12 Busted Cops, though, have lost this game. They've been taken out as Mayur was their final frag, but it's going to be a bit of a troublesome moment for T2H as well. They lose another life, and it's G2 once again constantly moving forward, taking one name after the other and keeping themselves in contention for a second chicken dinner in a row.
Well, if they can make it 2 in a row, that's going to be phenomenal. But let's see if that dream is going to turn into a reality, as the players from the side of G2 Battleground, they've gotten the revive in one more, and they're going to be back to a 4-man roster. But on the other side, we have Team T2H still lurking in the shadows around the corner, and finally they go for it. The peak is there from Varun, and he's lining up the spray. The finish is coming in for the side of T2H. And 3 of them picked up by Varun over there. What a nade as well. Pablo out of the picture. Signature piece. 6 have been taken care of as well in this matchup. But look at this. While we might have a different team walking away with the chicken dinner of this match, Zero Vibes have been extremely consistent. Even in the previous game where they were there in the top 2. Even in this match, they make it to the top 2. And now having the numbers equalized for them, maybe the chicken can be theirs as well.
Ice gone down, and that's going to be nades barraging. Look at those utility pushes. Molotovs across. Sam's 1 HP. He's going to be losing his strength to stand up as well. It's all under Columbus, and he's just going to take his time to heal up. Might want to get the revive here, but this is the time where T2H need to push in, Johnny. But they're also being careful because they've lost 3 members themselves. But this is still a 4v2 fight considerably. If T2H... Oh, never mind. Never mind, it just instantly turns up. Zero Vibes.
Utility though. How much utility do they have? Because the players from the side of T2H are pinned out behind their rock. They don't have a lot of room to move around and work with. One nade or even a Molotov over there can actually do the trick, but it's the flank from Columbus. Finding places on the map might be difficult, but he finds the opposition. But Chose is back at the worst possible time, takes unnecessary damage. But I think it is more about controlling it, staying inside the safe zone and not taking any damage from the blue. But players from the side of T2H still safe. And now they know Columbus, he's committed for the fight. A big mistake. Frosty has taken advantage, but Columbus lands the final shot. What a clutch. What a win. What a way to secure this winner-winner chicken dinner. Zero Vibes. Well, they are completely 100% filled with nothing but vibes after this win of theirs.
Well, that was quite the unexpected push around, because I thought, you know what? T2H have got this in the bag. That revive, the second it came in though, T2H, they were probably thinking, you know what, we should probably get everybody back up on their feet, while probably one person delivers the pressure and the other one goes and gets the revives done. But Zero Vibes knew that there's 2 more people knocked. We can't give them time, not even a second. And that's instantly when the players try to split apart, get that knock out of the guy who was just brought back up on his feet. And Columbus there, what a clutch from him towards the end. It came down to the wire. He did show his back for a second. That shotgun could have wiped him out, if at all, given the right timing. But in the end, Columbus, he travels around Miramar and he conquers it by himself.
Yeah, man, it could have slipped out of their hands in that last 1v1, to be honest. I mean, so many individual mistakes being made. First, it was the back being shown, and then that open push. There was no cover. He just ran out in the open. In BGMI, especially in TPP, when you have that third-person perspective available to you, you can stand behind the rock and peek around the corner without even exposing yourself. And that is what the players from T2H were doing. It was that aim not working out for them that resulted in the chicken dinner being handed over to Zero Vibes. But valiant effort from either side. And Zero Vibes, of course, better decision-making in terms of how that 4v4 needed to be played, or 3v4 needed to be played out from their end.
Yeah, I agree. I think there was probably a little bit of, I would say not panic, more like nervousness that kind of set into T2H, because they were thinking, you know what, we probably need more members to take on this fight. And he went for the revive 3 times, by the way, if you saw that. Even in that last 1v1, he was prioritizing to try and get the revive back on first, instead of actually taking that fight confidently by himself. And in the end, it was Columbus with his absolutely fiery confidence, just like we're going to have a look at these fiery finishes, which of course include some from his end as well. But my God, what a game to finish it off, Johnny. Mistakes being made from some of the bigger names once again. 8-bit, #1 esports.
Oh, no, yeah. I mean, 8-bit... that was the first name you took, and that itself was a big hit, because look at what Mac was able to accomplish as soon as he found out the players of X7 Mizoram, right? That was impressive from that individual. But then again, the push, it looked similar. You called it as well, like, all right, they're making a similar move. Maybe they can get eliminated. I was hopeful, man, and I would like to apologize for that. Similar result. They just run into that 4v4 and all of them die.
Yeah. But for me, honestly, the highlight of the day was that one single nade from Vardhan. #1 esports became absolutely obliterated with a single nade. You saw they didn't even have a second to react. That nade was cooked to perfection, blown absolutely at the right spot, getting him 3 finishes, an entire squad by itself, especially when he was the only man surviving for his team. Those 3 finishes pushes his team into a decently good position, I would say. Not as much as we would have expected, but it is finish points that they will happily accept to take forward.
Of course, and from the perspective of #1 esports, we can't even blame them for anything. In a situation like that where a nade just blows the entire squad out of the way, you can't do much. It's a nade. The AoE damage is always going to be there. You have to run a little bit far away from it to avoid taking any damage from it. But if you are in that radius, the situation is already compromised. Even if it's just a tick of damage, you are already at disadvantage in compared to the opposition. So can't really blame #1 esports. But again, as we were talking about the side of Jux, #1, both these teams, I mean, now it feels like they are slipping up a bit here and there. While Jux might have kept themselves in check, I mean, the points combined from the previous map and this one, it should get them inside of the top 64. But Universe, I'm worried about whether this team can break in the top 32 now.
Yeah, it is a concern, of course, because I'm pretty sure that this team came in today with the idea of, being one of those top 16 teams going in, of course. But I think you might want to be around that, I would say at least 65 to 70 points, I would say. Not sure, but I think that seems like a decent enough mark to be in the top 16. But in the 2 games that they've played so far, they've not managed to get more. I believe it was 13 in the last game. It was 8 in this one. But let's have a look at who's got the max finishes from this game, because I believe Columbus, of course, might be the MVP of this game. Honestly, he should be for at least Zero Vibes. No, it's actually going to be Mac from 8-bit.
Yeah, I think in terms of individual performances, this was one of the best we have seen. 6 eliminations, at least in this map of Miramar. 6 eliminations on the board, 10% map impact by 1 player alone out of the 63 other players that were there inside of the game. And of course, for the side of 8-bit, he was the only one getting the finishes in this map. So 100% finish contribution for the team. But let's move forward, have a look at the top players as well, because who follows up Mac? This is where we see Columbus, Universe. This is where we see Columbus with his 5 eliminations for the side of Zero Vibes. Then we have T2H represented by Frosty OG with 4. Vardhan is going to be there, all thanks to that brilliant 3-point nade from his. And 4 eliminations secured by Vardhan for Jux Esports. And then Zeref from CLAWxXPIRAT is going to be there with 3 eliminations to his name.
Yeah, this is pretty much of an even exploration in terms of finishes, at least. As we saw, if the table, once we head to the points table as well, we're going to look at it. So many teams getting a good number of finishes this game. Look at that. We've got the spread pretty decent over here, Johnny. 10 for Zero Vibes, 7 for T2H, 6 for Signature P6 as well. And even 8-bit and Hope down there, still with 6 finishes, are able to get the same amount of points as Jux without even having finishing in that top 8 positions. So this is a good match in terms of the number of finishes that got across spread between among multiple teams. But Zero Vibes clearly showcased a good sense of commitment towards that end there, making sure that the points gap that is awarded to them this time comes through not just finishes but also the positions, because those 4 points that they've accumulated from getting the chicken dinner is a massive boost for them, because I don't think they would be feeling this kind of comfortability if they would have finished second in this game. But now I might actually see them coming up to that top 64, because they started off today with just 12 points and now 2 games in a row they've been in the top 2, like you mentioned.
This is what I was about to come to as well. Zero Vibes, the consistency they have displayed, maybe the top 64 can be cracked extremely easily if they can perform in a similar manner on the map of Sanhok as well. 10 points per match was what was required from a team like Zero Vibes. They've already cracked it pretty much in the first 2 games. Now Sanhok is for the bonus. If they can have a big matchup, top 32 will be extremely easily achievable for them. But let's move on to the second page of the rankings of the previous game, where we have a lot of big names in the form of Alibaba, Raiders, CLAWxXPIRAT also walking away with 5 eliminations each, 5 points to these teams. REDECENT with just 2 points to their name. You have GWL with 2 points in total tally. Then I Am Official, a little bit of a letdown today, just 1 point secure. Number 1 esports as well, not really able to bring, or in fact paint the picture that they would have wanted. Their masterpiece still uncompleted, just 1 point from this matchup. And then as the bottom 2 teams, we have Team Rush and X7 Mizoram. But again, as we had a look at the first page of the ranking, and as you pointed out, I mean, there's a nice little balance with how the teams finishes and how the overall rankings look, at least for Miramar. I think the consistency of Zero Vibes just doubles up their advantage, because everyone else swapped positions, right? We saw G2 Battleground finish with a single digit after that 20-point plus game that they had, and it is just Zero Vibes who have constantly been able to hit double digits in both the matches. So I think if Sanhok goes their way as well, I think the top 32 is very easy. At the worst, they will be now in the top 64 at least. But ladies and gentlemen, we've been talking about BGMI and of course the grind for a while now. Let's have a look at Bullet Echo now, a new game from Crafton India.
Right. Left. अरे यार रेलवे ट्रैक की तरफ ले लेफ्ट गाड़ी के पीछे चले गाड़ी के पीछे अरे यार राइट जल्दी उतर चल फिनिश कर दे उसको रुकना मत
Action redefined, even on the go. Download Bullet Echo today.
Fun fact, did you know there's that BGMI skin that you see in that promo? You can actually get it, and all you have to do is just log into Bullet Echo for 10 days. That is it. That's how easy you can get it. But enough being said about that skin. Go grab it for yourself and check out Bullet Echo. We're going to come back to this tournament because Universe last map for this group, their last match of the grind. What are your expectations? Who do you think? Are we going to see Zero Vibes again in the top 3, or is Jux finally going to step up?
I think Zero Vibes know what they have to do, and they realize that another consistent top 3, maybe top 4 game with, at least a handful of high single-digit finishes is going to give them the push that they needed, because they were one of the teams coming into this who were at the lower end of points with 12 only to their name. But after having a look at what they've been able to achieve today in the first 2 games, these last moments of this group on Sanhok is going to be very, very, very comfortable for them, at least in terms of mentality. But Necro, I want to welcome you as Johnny takes a sideline for a second and ask you about a team that you were looking forward to particularly before we headed into today's broadcast, and that was I Am Officials, who haven't been up to the best mark today.
Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly is going on with I'm Officials, because they're struggling a little bit too much, and this is not something I saw coming, genuinely speaking, because I thought in the first 3 games, considering they did an okay job, and they've also been in 2023, so I thought this team has probably learned from the past mistakes, but no, instead, I'm Officials, they're still struggling. But then, Zero Vibes, this team out of nowhere is now starting to pop off. First game, a consistent second place finish. The second game, they got the first spot with the chicken dinner, 20 points accumulated. Man, Zero Vibes, this team is definitely astonishing me for now.
Yeah, they're doing pretty well. And there is, of course, a bit of a gap on the other side of things as we see. The teams that were actually towards the lower end of this table coming into today are doing, decently much better than some of the teams that actually were on the top end of this table. For example, number one esports, 1 point only achieved in the last game. And the first game also was not really that great for them. And having taken out the entire squad by 1 nade, it can't be good for your mentality. Now they're going into Sanhok, and I believe they're at the edge of that top 64 because I don't think they have enough points just yet. I think they need one little game of maybe an 8 to 10, maybe 12 pointer, but they're still in a bit of a scary zone, right?
Yeah, I mean, the teams that were supposed to perform, they're not able to perform. And the teams that we did not expect to perform, now they're performing. G2 Battlegrounds, first game, chicken dinner. Second game, a decent standing. Another prime example is going to be Zero Vibes. Even this team's doing quite decent. But teams that we expected to perform, for example, likes of Jux, I expected them to at least get the chicken dinner in the first 2 games. That's not the case at all. Jux are doing decent, but decent's not enough. If you want to position yourself anywhere between the top 16, you would need to do extraordinary well. And that's something that Jux Esports will now need to pull off in the last game of the day, which will be for this group. Moving on forward towards a couple of teams that I personally was looking out for, and the teams that are known inside of the community, 8-Bit and Alibaba Raiders. Both of these teams as well, they have been completely deactivated. And that's a big question mark, considering these 2 teams, they have been there in the forefront of the circuit.
Yeah, especially 8-Bit. 2 games in a row, they've made couple of questionable decisions about taking fights on, especially in the last map of Miramar, where they knew that there's 2 teams. There were 12 busted cops as well as CLAWxXPIRAT right across each other, and they decided to do a straight slam into the back end of Claw while they were getting pressured by 12 busted cops at the same time. So there have been a couple of moments where you feel like 8-Bit could have done a lot better in terms of their team fights, because they kind of got clubbed into a single spot behind one single structure, one Molotov, and they were all doomed right there. I hope that Sanhok's not going to be the same case, because I would love to see this team at least make it to the top 4 this time with a bit of more patience involved in their game. But Zero Vibes so far stealing the show, and G2 Battlegrounds as well, because these 2 teams came in, and I'm pretty sure nobody really had their eyes on them, but they're taking the front stage right now.
And some of these teams are actually also able to perform quite well individually. X7 Mizoram, unfortunately, is not able to do that great. First 2 games. This team, I mean, there's a lot of fans in the chat as well just rooting for this team, but unfortunately, X7, they are still struggling. I'm not sure what's going to save them, because at the end of the day, Sanhok is sort of like that random map, right? That comes in out of nowhere, helps a team that's not able to do that great, because it's a complete zone-centric map. Whichever team the zone is favoring in the final few moments, there's a high chance that that team's going to be the one to come out on top. So let's hope that the other teams who are not able to play that well probably do get the zone, and we do see a little bit of a variety inside of the board, as we do have the map of Sanhok booting up on the screen, as we do see the plane flat path as well, starting all the way from Hatin towards down south, which is going to be Bantai.
Yeah, this is a pretty decent flight path in my opinion as well. It's going to give us a good spread out towards both sides of the map. Of course, this being a pretty smaller map indeed anyway, teams prefer to be on their slight bit of edgy spots, take in a little bit of time, because this is a map that is known for its extremely quick battles, and we've seen many of those in the last couple of weeks. As we look at the teams drop down, once again, Jux taking an early position towards the western corner, right outside of Camp Alpha, as the zone flushes in towards the south.
Interesting. Bottom left island is probably going to be in the main contention. RDT in a decent spot. Even you can't say the players of Zero Vibes, they're going to find themselves in a great spot too. This is a chance for Team 8-Bit to sort of start making a statement. They just need to be a little bit more quick on the feet, be quick up. Before now, we've got 12 busted cops and officials sharing the same area. A boot camp, a hot drop off the rip, and even X7 from the top is also raining down some death and destruction as True False is being knocked out. But the confirmation is going to be a tough one to scoot in. So there's a chance the players of X7 Mizoram would actually need to push up close and personal to get the confirmation rolling in for themselves. But talking about 12 busted cops in the same compound as the players of farm officials, I can already tell it's a complete ruckus around the corner.
Busted cops also on the other end of I'm officials. Towards the northern side of the boot camp. He's waiting. He knows Bullet's going to come in, and there it is. The spray down comes through. Bullet's gone down as well, and that could be a finish gathered in. I am officials. This is turning out to be a very, very early massacre, and quite possibly a very early exit from the grind.
It makes a lot of sense too, right? For X7 to third part of this entire circumstance. It's because X7 is one of the most desperate teams inside of the lobby so far. They've got a lot of fans rooting for them, and X7, they desperately need to make it inside of the top 16. They need to be there in the main event. And this is the only option they've got so far. This game has to be a frag-heavy game for them. As 12 busted cops still inside of boot camp, they do not really want a third part of this entire circumstance. They're taking their own sweet little time to actually slowly and steadily loot up towards boot camp. They're actually done doing so as well. Knight almost on the verge of getting knocked out. Luckily enough, is not going to be knocked out for now, but it's a 2-on-4 scenario. I'm officials in a big world of trouble. Man disadvantage in the hands too. And you can clearly see the players as well. You can see that panic set in, but still they're trying their best to not just tunnel vision on one side of things. But 12 busted cops, it's going to be a complete bust down inside of this compound. They're probably going to be having a lot of utilities to back him up, and all the 4 players pushing in at the same time. But Fury, nicely done! Lucifer finds the opener.
Ooh.
But then a nade squeezes in, and it's going to find Lucifer in return. It's all down to Inferno now. A 1v4 around the corner. There's a chance. The man's got his hands on the DBS, and we've seen these type of 1v4s in the past too. Inferno will need to go demon mode. Nade being tossed. It does a lot of damage. He finds the first, but that's all he's going to find.
Oh, G2, they're coming in from the background here as well. A fourth party, as G2 Battlegrounds say, you know what, this is ours for the taking, and they're just running straight in to a wounded 12 busted cops.
These are going to be 4 free elimination points for the players of G2 if the execution's going to be perfect. And Sutter's already pushed deep inside of the compound. He's got his hands on the UMP-45. That's going to help him up close and personal. First confirmation flows in. G2 Battlegrounds for them. This probably has to be an easy piece of cake. Another 2 elimination drop down. That's going to be it for the side of 12 busted cops too. They don't stand a chance against the entirety of G2.
A beautiful rush in from G2 Battlegrounds as they find the perfect timing almost to try and get this fourth party in. 12 busted cops was celebrating, but it was very, very short-lived. Just a couple of seconds for that matter, as it was G2 to come in from the background, take care of everything, and make sure that the knocks that were already there from 12 busted cops did not stand back up. And that's going to be the early exit for the cops from this event. I'm not quite sure how far they've pushed it, Necro, but I kind of have a feeling that top 64 has already eluded them.
Yeah. I mean, they only had one good performance in the span of 3 games, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think so 12 busted cops are going to be seen inside of the main event unless they do really good in the in-game qualifiers, which have already concluded. Before now, Alibaba Raiders quite close to the players at GWL, and they've got no clue when the man from the side of GWL is right around the corner. He finds the first knockout. Unfortunately, the man runs out of bullets on the shotgun, so he pulls out the M416, but there's too many players, and he gets overwhelmed. An instant shutdown to the player itself. Alibaba Raiders, all good in the hood for now, but then there's the foes approaching them too. The backup has now finally arrived, but the backup is a little bit too late. And Ralph OG, if he's able to find any one of the players in the front lines, things can be all good. But Duke gets confirmed. And that's not a good news at all. GWL, the constant barrage of utilities, is really keeping the players of Alibaba Raiders in a big world of trouble. And also in a lot of pressure. It's applying that constant pressure that's needed.
It's lucky to be alive there, but he's got somebody real close. Surya They're going to run into that smoke, and he's still going to try and take a fight. Gets away, actually. The DBS working its magic. There comes the flank as well. Chris somehow still alive, but no longer. As one after the other, Alibaba Raiders losing their lives. It's going to be the last man standing for them here. And he too will be finished. Joey taking out 2 by himself as Alibaba Raiders, Necro, have been left alone, survived by Roman IGL.
Oh, look at this nade from Roman. Oh, no. Too much of an overshoot. Roman's got no clue exactly where the players were, but then he pulls off a 1v2.
Okay.
Both the players were quite wounded and easy. 2 elimination points accumulated for the side of Alibaba Raiders. But still, now that Roman's all by himself, the question still remains, did Alibaba Raider qualify inside of the top 64? For now, we've got Zero Vibes taking a fight against another one of those teams in the front lines. RDT, REDECENT. All they can see is red in front of their screens, or red in front of their eyes, as they take an aggressive stance against the players of Zero Vibes this time. At Zero Vibes, they have been super consistent in the previous 2 games, and probably looking forward to replicate it once again if they do want to move in. And look at this slamming that's coming through. Sam OP, he did not take any shots, did not reveal his position, so that's a good thing. None of the players from the side of Zero Vibes is actually revealing their position, but unfortunately, one of the men gets knocked out, and that's not a good news at all. Billa's vehicle smoking up, and finally Garuda, he straight up just walks inside of the building, and he still gets that elimination. That's just straight up unfair for the players of Zero Vibes. They got obliterated. They got busted down by the players of RDT.
Yeah, that was a really bad fight for them. They were spread out a little too thin between these 2 compounds. And Columbus, yeah, he's taken on to exploring the world once again. Had to give up on his friends there. He says, I'm going to just run around in my buggy, forgive me, and take in a couple of these positional points if at all possible. On the other side, though, HTE heading in towards X7 as they've already lost a player. And X7 in deep, deep trouble here. One after the other, players keep dropping to their knees. And they've just got 1 man left standing. Two-Face. Can he hold on? Can he prove to be a magical master for his team from Mizoram?
A lot of these teams are playing as if they've got nothing to lose, and that's the exact way you're supposed to play your last game. But it's a little bit too late to wake up, in my opinion. Two-Face is able to find the first knockout in this fight. The man's still knocked out. The confirmation hasn't really followed up. And X7, that's going to be it for them too. They take an early exit from the game themselves. HTE, they save another day. And you move on forward towards another fight between the players of 8-Bit and TH. And 8-Bit for now, they're all okay. But still the confirmation is flowing up for the opponent. Max being taken down completely from the game. The good performer from the previous game. And now 8-Bit down to a 3-man squad. Juicy, Mighty, and Aditya. All of 3 players, they're quite known inside the community. They do have a lot of experience. Let's hope that this game of Sanhok is actually going to be their way. As I mentioned earlier too, in the initial stage of this game, 8-Bit, they've got the circle. All they need to do is be a little bit more quick on the loot and go for that prime contention. And that's what they've done.
Where the players of TH are still surrounding them around. They're trying to chip in as much damage as possible from these nades and molotovs. For the moment, nothing of significance found. On the backlines, we've got REDECENT coming in, and they've seen Knight, OG, and Co as well here. And now, TH are stuck between
Oh my god.
rock and a hard place. What a nade.
How's the man even alive? He's barely alive on a sliver of HP. And he actually patches himself up too. And REDECENT now, the table's being flipped against him. But still, Zadu's at the top. Just looking to find that clear line of sight on the player in the front. But unfortunately, Zadu's position is also compromised, so he cannot really move in an unknown territory. The front lines is completely filled with foes, just spread out all across the board. Team hope for them. This game means a lot too, and Knight's just crossing out in the open. I'm not sure what Zadu's doing over here, but that could have been a free elimination point right there. Man was too busy looking to toss out a nade. And now there's a chance the players are also starting to get pushed up slowly and steadily. Both players take a peek at the same time. A really great double peek that was. And now Team Hope, they once again spring back to life.
Well, as you say it, they've already lost a player. Brought down to his knees once again there, Knight. This time around, no sliver of HP to save him, and Mighty, he's looking for that finish. He knows his team needs whatever they can find. Every single finish at this point counts for them. Disqualification on the line here. And when it comes, push comes to shove, we know that players of their caliber always perform.
I mean, it is the stage 3 of the game, right? And Team Hope Knight is going to bleed out to his death. Redecent getting 3 elimination points so far. Doing pretty decent, but unfortunately the man number's not doing that great. So yeah, for Redecent, all they need to do is just cross their fingers and hope that the circle's going to keep on shifting on top of them. But then a Merc gets caught out in the open. And that's something you really do not want to happen to you, especially when you're already lacking the man advantage. And HTE, they've also spotted out the second player. Garuda took shots, his position's compromised too. And considering HTE, they already know they've got the man advantage inside of the fight, they're not going to be shying away from actually going forward with it. Garuda still just trying to fire around the corner. The pre-fires are not finding any sort of connections, and Garuda, probably the panic's going to start to set in. A lot of these teams went for the early collisions because they realized this is the last chance they've got to qualify inside of the top 64. And the only way you can do so is by having a nuclear performance in this last game. And everyone just went all in. Everyone tried to go for a lot of the fights. For some teams it's working out, for some teams it's not. Everyone's just letting loose of that tension.
Garuda, moment of desperation from him as he's pushing on to a 1v4 here. He got a knock in, and he's hoping that maybe it just stays long enough for him to actually take on another fair fight, but it's not going to be the case. And he's far too close for comfort, but he knows there's no getting away from you. Flank comes in, too many players shooting bullets at him. Takes out the M4, not going to connect anything so far. A nade in his direction, and it's just way too much. ALIBABA Raiders have been taken out alongside Redecent, as both those teams will be exiting right outside the top 10.
Interesting. Even Juicy takes an exit from 8-Bit. Yeah. All the known teams slowly and steadily starting to vanish from this game too. X7 MIZORAM, Officials, ALIBABA Raiders, and now even Team 8-Bit's on the verge of getting eliminated. Even Zero Vibes, a team that was doing really good. So yeah, already all the known names are being eliminated from the lobby. And all thanks to all the teams that were super desperate to get any sort of points. They just let loose of all the tension, all the pressure, and they play it as if they've got nothing to lose. Which is a good mindset to have, but still, it's a little bit too late to pull that off. Next circle shift is going to be in front of us. HTE right in the smack center. And I also like their play stance, but there is a compound available. If HTE wants, they can go and contest that compound as quick as possible. But it's CLAWxXPIRAT already aiming for that compound. So it's taken over. And now Claw, they're going to have a solid spot to play with. BGIS ESPORTS still alive and cooking inside of the game.
Certainly they are. Vardhan, the king of the hill last time around for BGIS, was very true to getting out a 3-pointer from his nade. Not to forget, right behind BGIS, I think I did spot Columbus still locking around from Zero Vibes. So he's still looking for whatever he can find as well. Because even Zero Vibes probably need a couple more points, maybe 5-6 more, whatever he can find, even with positionals or even with stray finishes that he can steal from somebody else. Number 1 Esports also kicking about still. G2 also in the mix, as we can see, with 4 finishes to their name.
Still 28 players remaining. And for BGIS to do anything, it will be tough. The amount of shots that are being taken towards the compound is insane. Vehicle being blown up, so once again the escape path or the escape route is completely cut off. So BGIS Esports at the top, pretty much just pinning down the players of Signature P6. All the 4 players trapped in that compound. And BGIS Esports at the top. They've got so much zone control. Looking at the replay of how the action started off or kicked off, this is how unfortunate T2H was. For Signature P6, they got 2 free elimination points instantly on the board. So yeah, this was a date with destiny for them.
It certainly was, but T2H are not done just yet. They still got 1 member surviving, Payne, who was towards the western end of the zone. And I think he might still be there, not quite sure. I have to have a look at that once again, but we've got Team Hope here taking shots on to the late zone rotators, G2 Battlegrounds, who've made it in pretty safely so far. And Scythe has got a constant lookout on them. He's going to make sure that they don't push up too much. But I think they have lost 1 player outside the zone. Slayer is going to have to be let go of in this game at least.
Number 1 finally doing something. Inside of the zone, looking okay, but the backlines are not cleared, so still that's a big red flag for the players of number 1 Esports. And number 1 too, they're quite desperate actually. Even they need a chicken dinner inside of this game. Just to pin that spot down in top 64 actually. Because the first 2 games were complete mess-ups. Rush so far, they've got the most amount of points, 6 eliminations. Indeed showing some Rush gameplay. For Team Hope, Scythe moving up and personal, slowly and steadily. You can hear the vehicle, took some shots, but that also gave his position away. So now 8-Bit's going to be much more prepared for this push from Scythe. Team Hope revealing their intentions and the position, but this nade from Scythe could have actually been really good. Unfortunately, though, misses the mark. Another nade being tossed in the front, and once again, Aditya is just going to keep on moving up front. Team 8-Bit, they're not going to be stopping in the back at all. Instead, their main priority is going to be the safe zone, which is understandable because now the Wall of Death is doing too much damage. And Team Hope, they're even getting obliterated from somewhere else.
Yeah, they most certainly are. And as we see it, Zero Vibes have also left the server. The last player who was standing for them, Columbus, has been taken out. In front of us, we've got 8-Bit still trying to hold on to that Team Hope side, who I believe have just been taken out as well. And amongst all of this, G2 Battlegrounds have also gone down.
Chaos ensuing all across the board, my friend. And Scythe going for the patch up. He's only got last 2 first states, and all he can do is just hope for the best and make a run for the safe zone. There's a man of 8-Bit right in the front, but luckily enough, he's not looking in the back line, so Scythe will be okay for now. I mean, he's got a lot of resources to back him up, right? Look at the ammunition. This man's got 300 plus bullets in the magazine. But he's lacking the utilities, and he's also lacking the first aids. Now, finally, he's pushed up close and personal. Aditya can hear the footsteps approaching him. And Scythe knows there's a man inside of that shack as well. A couple of pre-fires taken. Shots connected to Aditya, taken quite low. But it's going to be Aditya to come out on top. Shuts down the man, instantly goes for the reload too. Aditya is good for now, but his position's compromised. All the other teams are going to be looking at the same compound soon enough. CLAWxXPIRAT doing quite decent for themselves, considering they've got all the 4 players alive. But the biggest thorn in their way to success is going to be in the name of HTE.
CLAWxXPIRAT do have all of their members surviving, but not for long. HTE, oh, never mind the nade, brilliant! The utility from Claw is trying to make way for them. They're trying to pave a path, but it's not going to be too clear. HTE themselves are throwing in a couple of smokes to get away from this, but Claw have got the advantage. They're slowly creeping in, crawling in to take these fights, with cover being thrown in by Wizard as FireX takes the first fight, loses his life. Zod has got support once again. The DPS, oh my god! Trex, what have you done?
What a perfect nade that was from Zeref. It was cooked to perfection, that's all I can say. And Tesla OP from number 1 esports. Oh, he knows there's a foe in the back lines. Amazing that too. Amazing's not a man you would want to face off against. A Molotov on top of Tesla, and he's burning to his death. Extra crispy. Just amazing though. Jux. They've got all the 4 players alive, and Amazing is all by himself in the back lines, while the rest 3 players in the front, they're taking a fight against the players of HTE, and HTE, they're already outnumbered, and soon enough, they're also going to be overwhelmed by the likes of Jux, as they're slowly and steadily approaching against that last remaining player, and he's trying his best to fight back, but Ribu, he pulls out the shotgun, and now it's going to be the battle of the shotguns. All it takes is one single shot to seal the deal, and that's what happens.
Jux Esports at the very last game come out with a victory in their hands, finally showcasing what they can do once again. It was a bit of a delayed game from them though, but pretty much quiet across most of the first part of this map of Sanhok, but picking up towards the end there, making sure that the third parties came in, were giving constant damage across. I did see a couple of knocks coming from them. Finishes were not that many because there were so many teams trying to steal these centric team finishes. But in the end, Jux made sure that they got at least a 10-point boost from the chicken dinner, making sure that they took the last possible fight head on, while the rest of the fights, we actually didn't see much of them across the map, did we?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the known teams, they got eliminated instantly off the rip, right? Zero Lives was one of those. Even G2 Battlegrounds got eliminated. 8-Bit, they were just struggling throughout the entire game, so they were barely surviving. Officials got eliminated too. So there were only a couple of these teams who had the solid chance of actually taking the game home. And Jux Esports was one of those. And we had the conversation at the start of this game too, saying that Jux Esports, they're doing decent, but decent's not enough to squeeze yourself in the top 16. But this chicken dinner is probably going to be placing them in the top 16. The first 2 games were consistent, and now with this chicken dinner, once again, it's just going to be the icing on top of the cake that was needed for Jux. Focusing on the other teams, though, once again, G2 Battlegrounds, they're going to be in the top 64, hands down, but the teams that failed to make it inside of the top 64 were quite known, too. I'm talking about 8-Bit, I'm talking about Alibaba Raiders, a complete flop.
Yeah, it was kind of disappointing to see them, not perform what we were expecting them to do, at least. Alibaba Raiders in particular, they did have 4 finishes, I believe, or 5, I presume, as we saw earlier. We're going to have a look at that once again, but those are just not going to be enough if you're not going to consistently pop yourself out towards that end game. Maybe pick up at least 3 or 4 from that placement points, because Alibaba Raiders were getting caught in fights that were completely not in their favor. We didn't see them on the screen in this final game, how they got taken out, what happened to them, but I'm pretty sure it was kind of in the same notion as we've seen them in the previous 2 games, because they've them and 8-Bit have been in a bit of a, I would say, limbo in terms of trying to take proper decision fights, and they haven't been on the best end of that with both these teams. But in the end, here we are. It is going to be G2 and Zero Vibes who put on a performance today. Zero Vibes, 0 finishes this time around. I'm not quite sure if they've scratched the 64th mark just yet, but I think they might be close enough.
Yeah, they should be really close enough, or even if they do make it inside of the top 64, they should be barely making it in the top 64. But still, it's a big question mark. We can only know at the end of the day if they have made it or not. But for now, let's move on forward and look at the fiery finishes, because this is something that's going to be a little bit more exciting. Inside of boot camp, we saw a third-party scenario occur, and then inside of the late game situations, this is how exactly things did not really pan out that well for G2 Battlegrounds, a team that we had a lot of expectations from. HTE, another team that we did not expect to perform this well, actually made it till the top 2.
Yeah, they most certainly did, and it was quite the surprise for me as well. But this one clutch from Trex came in, which was amazing. I really loved the way he played there, taking on a fight with complete confidence. But in the end, it had to be Jux Esports, and as we just had a look at them, they had a total of just 4 finishes towards the end there. So just a total of 14 points. Like I said, Jux not available throughout the entirety of this game as a vision of an aggressive team. But let's have a look at who the MVP is going to be, because I'm actually kind of at a loss at who it could be. Probably somebody from HTE could be in contention. Let's have a look who is the most valuable player of this map of Sanhok?
Yeah, it's probably going to be someone completely random. And yes, it is actually the man from HT, Bahati, getting 8 elimination points. And then towards the map impact of 13%, finish contribution of 72%. Probably the highest one we've seen so far. Moving on forward and looking at the top 5 of the previous game, we're probably going to be seeing Bahati there at the top, hands down. Mighty over there too from the side of 8-bit, considering things were looking too dicey for the Mighty and Aditya in the late game. Even Aditya getting 4. Then you've also got Scythe with 4. You've also got Roman Igil from Alibaba Raiders with 3 elimination points wrapped up. In general, 8-bit and Alibaba Raiders, for them, the qualification is next to impossible in my opinion. But still, I'm not too good with math, so I'm not sure where they're gonna find themselves at the end of the day. But talking about some of the teams that were not able to, or that they have not confirmed qualified, is probably one of those is going to be X7 Mizoram, Team Rush, Team Hope, which was another returning team in 2024, and then you've also got GWL. GWL, they only had a good game in the first one, and then after that, the inconsistency just hit them.
Yeah, and of course they came in today with just 2 points in their pockets, and it was going to be a tough task for them anyway to try and push out through consistently across all 3 games. And as we look at the point standings, here we are. Team Rush, of course, HTE, with 11 finished points, and that's why they are on top, not Jox Esports. Even though they had the chicken dinner to their name, they're not going to be the ones finishing on top, because they had just 5 finished points, and that brings them to a grand total of 15. While, yes, they are going to be, comfortably in that top 64, I think the top 16 might just be a pipe dream for them. I think they're in the lower ends of 20s, maybe, if at all they're lucky. But there is, of course, a disappointment that we see in front of us, and that is Team 8-bit 13 here. They did get a couple more points in the previous games as well. And just like you, Necro, maths is not my favorite subject. That is why I've been sitting here talking about games for a living. And as we head into page number 2, we've got another performance from Alibaba Raiders that just wasn't up to the mark.
Exactly, not what we expected. X7 Mizoram 2, they were desperate. They were trying their best to get the elimination points, but doing so, they also lost a lot of their man number. Officials, the same thing can be said for them. Zero vibes. Yeah, every single game cannot be a W, but we still needed a consistent finish from them, but unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. They finished on the complete last spot. T2H Esports 2 with 0 points. In general, the bottom 3, they got 0 points, and we know the bottom 3 are probably not going to be the one to move in the top 64. Now, let's move on forward and look at the overall standings. This is where it's going to be a big icebreaker, and probably we might be able to speculate which team has made in or which team is not. So, Zero Vibes getting 32 points, G2 Battlegrounds getting 34 points. At this point in time, for Zero Vibes, if they have made it in the top 64 or not, we'll need to dig a little bit more deep and figure out how many points they got in the initial 3 games.
Well, Zero Vibes did start off from 12 points today. So if you add on to 32, I'm pretty sure they're going to hit it somewhere around, they're going to hit 44.
43.
But 44, they finished 12 in the previous time. So 32 here is going to give them 44. That's gonna push them. I'm not quite sure where exactly in the terms of threshold are they at the edge, because I believe that before we started off today, I think we had a look at the table as well, Necro, that I think it's between 40 and 45. I'm not quite sure what the number is, but Zero Vibes, I think if they had gotten maybe 2 or 3 points more, they would have probably been in a better spot. But here we are, Mats once again to the rescue as we head to second page, and we've got number 1 esports here, comparatively from last week. A huge dip in their performance.
I think so. This team has still somehow made it inside of the top 64, considering they had more than 40 points in the previous week, right? So these 10 points is probably going to be keeping them or somewhere around 50 plus, which should be decent enough to keep yourself in the top 64. But still, this dip in the performance is really a reality check for teams like these, because you should not be seeing that inconsistency hit them so hard. Number 1 esports, they should 20 points or maybe 20 plus, but instead getting only 10 points, that's a big red flag. Redecent Esports getting a 11. GWL, they probably haven't qualified themselves. 12 Busted Cops, the same thing. There's a lot of teams on the latter half of the board that haven't qualified.
Yeah, there is a huge amount of teams that we are watching just getting taken out one after the other. But it has been a day where we've seen a lot of struggles as well. And speaking of struggles, Necro, teams that are now going to be sitting and calculating because there is another group yet to play. But before we do watch them play, ladies and gentlemen, we've got Group 16. We've got a small little promo coming in over here. Just a little bit of a jiggle, a little bit of wiggle. Have a little bit of, as you all, of course, love BGMI.
रुक रुक यार जिगल विगल करके दे दिया Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से
Now, focusing back on the previous game a little bit more, right? And talking about Jux Esports and how they played that previous game, Jux Esports probably looking at the elimination feed, they realized that, okay, all the other teams are just busy finishing each other off. All we can do is just hold down a better spot and just stay there because we do not need to worry about anything. The lobby's getting cleared up anyways without even us needing to contribute.
Yeah, most certainly. Although they were pretty much looking for that top 16, I think they, in the end, had to settle for being amongst the top 32. But ladies and gentlemen, as we head into the next group, I'm going to leave Necro off with a question. Can we see a standout performer in this group, or are we going to see another spread of points, Necro?
Once again, a big question mark, man. And at this point in time, if I do want to put my trust in any team, it's going to be Dream Team Esports, because in the previous group, even some of the known teams, they have not been able to perform. And yeah, even ASTROKIDS, this team has been looking pretty promising. I'm also going to be looking forward to FS Esports. But now, joining alongside with me on the panel is going to be iSuper Johnny. How you doing, Johnny? You were probably looking at the previous game of Sanhok. What did you think about it?
Yeah. I mean, I was quite interested in what Jux Esports were going to do because, again, I mean, the discussion at the start of the day in particular about Jux was whether they would be able to make it to the top 16. And I think they have pretty much secured a spot in the top 16 as of now. But I think this last group might decide whether they get to stick around or they will have to settle for top 32.
Yeah.
And the list of teams that you laid out for this particular group, this last group 16, by the way, of last week of the grind, I think I agree with that list. FS Esports, another team I'm looking out for because a big name in the community. They have been in the circuit for a long time now, and what they accomplished today will definitely lay down the path for success for the future. Along with them, Dream Team. Groundwork already laid out for Dream Team and Great Esports, and both these two teams now, all they need to do is not mess things up. If they walk down the same path just like their opening weeks, I think both these two teams will make it. Dream Team, I think, have the option of round 16, top 16 available to them, and Great Esports, I think top 32 is easily achievable with 3 games in hand.
And what are your thoughts about AstroKids, right? Because AstroKids, even they're doing really decent. If they do want to make it inside of the top 64, it's not going to be too tough. All they need to do is just get some decent amount of points, just have that consistency flowing up. Cool. So AstroKids, they probably do have the potential. But what are your thoughts about this team?
I think AstroKids, again, I mean, lacking experience, they've done quite well for themselves in the opening week. It's a middle-of-the-pack performance that they were able to showcase. But as I was talking about Great Esports, AstroKids are not too far away from them in terms of the overall rankings. So the option, the door for top 32 is also open for AstroKids. But considering it is a new team, I think the top 64 might be an achievable target. If they go for top 32, good for them. We're going to see them in the round 3 of BGIS. But first of all, we have to see what they accomplish in this first game of Erangel, Necro. The plane is up in the sky, and we do see where the plane is. It's on the eastern edge of Lipovka, Milta Power, so I believe this is going to be a flight path leaning towards the southern half of the map, and there it is.
Yeah, this plant flat path is super cruel, huh? Starting all the way from Lipovka towards the Sanhok military base. That means if you do want to extend towards Yasna, Polyana, Rozhok, school, even hospital, Gatka, or even Georgiapol, it's going to be out of reach. It's going to be a tough extent for you guys. So all you need to do is drop in a temporary drop location, get your hands on some basic loot, get your hands on the vehicle, and then move in towards your primary drop location. But even the circle can actually play a big spoiler over here. And it can also decide some of the team's fate. If the circle is down south with the plane flight path, then teams, they will instantly try to rotate in towards the military base. If the circle is up north, then it is completely to the opposite side of the plane flight path. But still, I would say it will be a generic circle. It's not going to be that big of a deal. But as you guys can see already, a couple of teams taking an exit. You've also got Morse Gaming Clan moving in towards Kamishki. And this plain flat path in general has threw a lot of teams off. I just want to see some drop collisions.
Me too, buddy. Me too. We want to see the early action in this match as well. But I think we might have to wait because we were talking about this before the show began. The teams in this group, I mean, a lot more closer in terms of the points now. So the desperation is going to be clearly visible in the action. We're going to see these teams just keep their heads down low. And I think one of the first early drop clashes, maybe, Necro, that we might get to witness will or can involve the players from the side of FS Esports. We still see them up in the air. The players from MX quite close. And maybe as Trance, his feet hit the floor, he might have to instantly just find a vehicle and be on the run.
I mean, for now, I'm just looking at the players of FS Esports, and they're in a really big pickle. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. Hitman, Trey Scott, and Wizard. They were quite close to one of the foes. Luckily enough, they're able to get their hands on the compound, so it's all Gucci for now. And Kasha's also on the run, but the man's out in the open. Hitman can actually be hit down, but is not going to be hit just yet. He finally runs back to safety. Man, that sort of made me panic a little bit. Hitman, he could probably see his life flashing through before his eyes with all the bullets that were just being peppered around him. Luckily enough, none of them hit him, though. But yeah, taking the conversation back to Dream Team now, Johnny. A Dream Team, a complete undergod team, has been able to perform super well. But talking about the previous group and talking about the meta so far, right? The teams that have managed to play really good in the first half of the week, they haven't been able to perform in the latter half. So I guess the same thing is probably going to be hitting the players of DT. And somewhere down the line, it's even all about keeping the strat book a little bit anonymous, right? Not revealing every single card that you've got.
See, I mean, to a certain extent, yes, but then if you don't qualify, then what were you really hiding, or what stage of the tournament were you waiting for? So I think, again, qualification needs to be kept in check as well, but in the meanwhile, we see MX secure an early finish for themselves. Just 1 point on the board already, and they move forward. City Esports is the team to lose a player of the day over there, and along with them, Great Esports getting that first finish against the players of JSR. First two eliminations of this match. And apart from that, I think now maybe the teams have gained a little bit of distance among themselves. So we might have to wait from this point onwards for more action in this matchup, Necro. In the meanwhile, though, I mean, with the start that Great Esports, it looks like they're about to have, do you reckon we can see them walk away with a big win in this first game?
I mean, Great Esports is one of those aggressive teams, right? They like to focus on the elimination points much more compared to the placement points. And this new point structure really rewards the teams that are aggressive. So I would say maybe Great Esports won't be able to get the chicken dinners, but they will have a lot of points in every single game. That's my prediction. But once again, we're just speculating and making predictions at this point. We do not exactly know what the future holds.
So
taking the conversation
you're expecting them to... I was about to say you're expecting them to play kind of similar to what Jux were able to accomplish in their previous 3 games. Just be consistent, 10 to 12 points every single game, get the job done.
Yeah, but Jux got the chicken dinner in the end, right? So
yeah, in the end.
Yeah, on Sanhok, once again, talking about the meta, right? How it's been for the latter half of the weeks. Sanhoks have been super messy. It's because teams, they just let go of the tension and they play like they've got nothing to lose, and they just start taking fights left, right, and center. Because it's all either teams who've pretty much lost their hope of qualifying. They just want to sort of have fun in the lobby. You can pretty much put it that way. And that way, what's happening is that even the teams that do have a chance to qualify sometimes get eliminated by the teams who've already given up the hope. And this can also play a big spoiler. So I would say Great Esports, yes, in the first 2 games, they can't play aggressive if they want. But playing aggressive on the game of Sanhok is not going to be a big brain move at all. Because that's what the players of Jux Esports also realize. They do not even need to contribute inside of the fights to get the lobby wiped out. It was just getting wiped out all by itself.
Right over here, things look different as we have the players of Instinct Outliers take a few shots against NARZO official. None of them connect. Cheetah needs to be careful. Not a lot of ammo in that UMP of his. Conserving bullets is definitely going to be important for the lad, but he has his teammates next to him, so not a big concern for him right now. So there is going to be ample cover available if the situation calls for it. Although they might have given away information to the opposition rotating NARZO NARZO official. And maybe, just maybe if NARZO feel like it, we might see a slam in the next few moments. In the meanwhile, refocus on the lads from Great. Expecting big things from this team today.
And the good part about Great Esports is that we've seen these players play in the past, right? White Hat, I've seen this man in 2023. Draco, I've even seen him in 2023. Overkill, the same thing can be said, including Suryajot. So all the players, they sort of do have that experience of playing inside of these type of intense lobbies. And that's why you can see their confidence too when they take the fights. In the first game, which is probably going to be, which is the Erangel, of course, everyone's going to be playing super safe. Hands down. Everyone would try to survive for as long as possible. Everyone would try to avoid the fights until it's necessary to take those fights. And Great Esports will be one of those teams that will have the advantage in these type of moments, is because they can be the one to assert the dominance and apply the pressure first. But then, when you move on towards Miramar and Sanhok, things can be switched up a little bit. But still, I'm expecting a consistent performance. At least around 15 points from them. That's going to keep them in the top 16.
I mean, 15 points, maybe. I think they need to have one big game, and maybe in the next two matches they can just maintain a decent average and crossover. But we'll come back to that in a bit. It seems like Storm 99 could have been caught off guard in a storm of their own against the players of JSR. But apart from a few shots from Rola, not a lot of commitment to go after Magnet, especially considering there's one more man in the back lines in the form of Rohan who's going for a push. So there is a possibility of Rola getting caught off guard, getting isolated, and Storm 99 actually capitalizing on the situation and getting that extra point for themselves. But from the distance, as Magnet tries to run away, shots connect. Magnet is extremely low, and Storm 99, is this a blunder from this team?
That's what it seems like. Amendola just peppering down the shots in the front. And Magnet Storm, look at the man. Good for now, but JSR Rola, I'm not sure how good of a decision this is going to be to take a fight all the way outside of the zone. It's not worth it. You're taking damage from the blue. You're also taking damage from the opponent's bullets. And you're not inside of the zone, too, to get the good position in the hands. So yeah, this fight, in my opinion, is quite worthless, and you should just try and take an exit from this fight, disengage, and that's what he does.
Well, JSR, even they have the opportunity to actually gatekeep the players. Storm 99 right behind them. Look at the map. Both the teams extremely late to rotate towards the zone. Just still sheltered between that prison shelter farm area. Of course, Milta, a big position for the teams moving up north from that military island to actually contest, get some decent cover going, and then maybe look for fights in the next stages. But now a camp being set on that bridge, and they have found their first prey, at least. ASTROKIDS. The Molotov misses in Turban. He's still standing. Wow, so lucky.
Does Turban has any clue? There's a man right on top of the bridge. And Alpha Male is actually missing some of the most easiest nades. Now this one is cooked to perfection, but still just chips out damage. I'm pretty sure soon enough Alpha Male is going to be running thin on his patience, but eventually the knock's being found by his teammates. Alpha Male has got the off-angle hold up. He should not have taken those shots. His position wasn't compromised, but at least they do get the elimination point confirmed. DT, Dream Team, is not a team you would just want to mess around with like that. Shuboji's taking a lot of shots upon himself, but this time it's going to be the players of AK to dismantle DT. As another player gets knocked out, and DT left with no other choice than to back away from this bridge. This bridge camp is actually pretty deadly.
It is quite deadly, and they've already gained one extra finish off of that. Did secure that second knock that allowed them the breathing room to actually fall back the way they were doing, ASTROKIDS. But now, how does Dream Team react to it? That is the question. Not really a position they would want to be in at this point, considering we were talking about them so much before the match began. How much they had to lose, how well they had done for themselves in the opening week. But switching focus over to ex-Magnum official. See there, we see this team out in the open. They have another squad right next door. Shots fired. The no damage dished out. X7 Magnum. Position compromised, but opportunity to secure a few extra points. It's still there. Taking damage from the distance as well. Now made aware of the presence of the team lurking across the open field. Very risky to push forward from this hill for this side.
At the top of the shack. And look at this. JSR Rolla getting caught. Exactly what I was talking about, right? Challenging the fight all the way back in the blue. That really blocked off the information that they could have gotten in the early phase inside of the zone. And now they just walked into a complete uncharted territory. And they're also facing the Brent. They're also facing the Proms at the same time. And look at the two players, even from another team, getting caught completely. Even Captain's taken down way too low. But even the return damage against the opponent's a lot. Both the teams on the same level, on the equal page. Viper going for the resurrection onto the fallen players. Captain at the top of the shack. He's able to gain some decent information too to back his team up. 4 nades in the hands too, and look at this. FS ESPORTS, a complete third party coming into play. Hitman from the far freight, just completely mowing down the lawns in the front, spamming the smokes, hoping to find some sort of hit markers, and Visitors actually pushed up close and personal. He's desperate to get these elimination points confirmed. Spots out the man taking an exit before now. It's better to focus what's in the front. And he wants to get every single elimination point out of this spot. And even Viper's knocked out. Runs over the last man too.
Still looking for that second point. Finally, they find it. FS. We spoke about them. A big name looking to put up big numbers on the board. And it's not going to be easy. But they have 2 points already. And now, ex-Magnum officials show up. Presence felt inside of the watchtower. FS. There's another opportunity to take a fight. But they need to be extremely careful with how they approach it. Good cover available for Magnum, ex-Magnum before they engage. But praise God from the distance. Spots out Clutch. Precision to the max. Secures that knock. Second from the side of ex-Magnum. And now there are 2 players standing. Beerus falls down. Getting a revive out for Clutch. But is this reset going to be enough? Captain too far away to go for a revive. The moment ex-Magnum step out from behind the cover, out in the open of this watchtower, will be under immense pressure, not just from one direction, but 2 different teams, in fact. There's one more squad in the back lines. Let's not forget about them.
Somehow ex-Magnum's able to stay alive from that entire circumstance. And now look at this. FS ESPORTS, they completely send it towards the watchtower. First elimination point instantly converted from the side of ex-Magnum. But then Clutch is now starting to get surrounded by the entirety of FS ESPORTS. There's too many angles to look at the same time. And somehow ex-Magnum, they've got things under control. Clutch, up close and personal, almost on the verge of clutching this fight out. He misses a lot of shots and he gets taken down. Oh, that was quite dirty to watch. Ex-Magnum, things could have been a much more easier, only if Clutch wouldn't have messed up a little bit there.
Oh boy. They still can reset though. 2 more matches left for FS. Maybe we're going to see them bounce back in the next one. Considering, again, for the first 3 games, you were asking for a point average of 10 points per match. Now that has just gone up to around 13 points per match. Maybe even 15 for the next 2 games. And 13 should be able to push them through the edge, considering they did get a few eliminations in this game. Although, a little bit of awkward position for ex-Magnum to be in. First, it was NARZO official who was blocking their way. Then FS show up, and now it is Team MADRASI, who's there. Few nades lobbed, but after that, the individual's back off. In the meanwhile, though, ASTROKIDS still going at it, and it is a fight they have engaged in against the side of Instinct. Outliers. Opening knock found. Alpha looking for the second, and he secures it as well.
Oh man, Levi. Still locked out and bleeding to his death. But it's fine though, AK. They would not struggle at all to get Levi back upon his feet. Looking at the elimination feed though, still a couple of more eliminations are flowing through here and there. 4 finishes acquired for AK. Doing okay so far. We'll make that 5 now. Sly. In front of us, Silly. And for now, Silly, they've also lost out on one of their players. So a rough starting for the game, but a 3-man squad is more than good enough to convert a chicken dinner. Only if you decide to take a clinical approach.
Well, but as of now, I mean, things still developing inside of this match. Stage 3. About to transition into the 4th stage as the blue zone is about to move in the next 10 seconds. And from there on out is when we usually see the action take a whole different turn. Everything just turned to 11. Small little replay of how things went down between FS, Team Madrasi, and of course, ex-Magnum official. From the distance, they were able to find those opening, the trades coming in right in the nick of time. And FS, the push, not really working out. Of course, the cover, a big part of the equation of ex-Magnum official. It's quite interesting that they were able to bring Captain back into the fight, considering, as we saw the setup at the start of the fight, Captain was quite far away from his team and he was knocked out as well. So that recovery was quite impressive.
I mean, in that scenario, we saw third parties after third parties. FS Esports third party that team, and then later on another team came in and third party the FS Esports too. So yeah, it's a complete interesting circumstance. Before now, you've got the players of AK actually pushing up close and personal against the opponents. First knockout already secured, no problems. All okay for now. Alpha male was knocked out. Being too alpha in these type of situations can actually get you killed. And that's why I just need to play a little bit safe.
They have gotten 6 points for themselves, ASTROKIDS, but just 2 players, well, 2 players from the side of EVOKE, in fact, right behind them. Maybe a mid-rotation fight coming in for their side, but alright, finally they move up north, all of them, so can reach the circle quite easily from that eastern edge. There's no one blocking their way apart from Moore's Gaming Clan. Now let's talk about them for a minute, Necro. Moore's Gaming Clan, they've been quite decent. We've seen them in the past as well. This time that 2-2 split in the circle seems a bit risky, but do you think it's going to work out considering everyone else is just now moving towards the zone itself?
I mean, they're just barely playing on the edge, right? So I would say, yeah, it's okay. Not a lot of teams on the edges are going to be targeted. For EVOKE, okay for now. They're inside of the shack too, so I highly doubt they're going to be challenging any type of fights in the first place. And you can clearly see too, the vehicles are also getting blown up slowly and steadily. There's a team on the left that's shooting at the vehicles, just making sure there's going to be no exit route out of this shack. And you can see the players of EVOKE instantly tossing out the smokes to save the vehicles. I'm not sure how good of a game plan this was from the side of EVOKE. But yeah, I mean, it's just going to keep them in a really bad spot. Alpha male, even he once again engages in a fight against the players of Silly Esports. Team Executors too, chiming inside of a fight. Storm, this is one of those teams that needs a desperate amount of points. They need a hell of a lot of points. And for now, it's the players of AK was already pushed up in the compound of Silly Esports. So all the 3 players in the same house. And you can clearly see the panic set in too. One of the men taking an exit from that compound, but he instantly gets caught in return. There's one more man left alive. It's UAOP. He gets the confirmation on one of the players of AK. He finds the second knock too. AK, they've been aggressive throughout this entire game, but this time Yua can actually put a full stop to this aggression, and both the players, they're burning to their death. Luckily enough, Lovish is still alive.
What a play, what a move over there from UAOP. Could have actually clutched out the entire fight. The Molotov was the right choice, but he did not expect the players of AK to just push towards him in that corner room. But still, does find that knock. More time wasted from the side of ASTROKIDS, although they have 8 eliminations on the board, so nothing to complain about. In the meanwhile, Moore's Gaming Clan are finally a part of the action. As teams start to commit to take their position away from them. We talked about that 2-2 split that was there from this team. Maybe now it will come back to haunt them as Stu finds himself put under pressure by the Dream Team. Of course, another team in the distance in the form of Team MADRASI, but Stu still standing on his feet, still being able to survive. And Moore's Gaming Clan, I think the support, the backup needs to come in, and it needs to arrive right now.
Oh, look at NARZO. From inside of the zone now, just straight up holding off the teams. For the opponents that haven't really made it inside the safe zone, unlucky for them. Because for NARZO, this is a feast being served on a silver platter. They're currently being the guardian angels of the edge lines and just holding off the teams on the bay. Team Executors is one of those two. You've got another team which is going to be EVOKE. 3 teams in total, and NARZO all by themselves holding him off. If played right, this can be a lot of elimination points just flowing in. If not, if any of the players from the side of NARZO is being lost out, then tables can be flipped instantly against him. So anything can happen. You need to be a little bit safe. Bacho is able to find the knock against the players of Executors. And he's just going for that constant spam 2 inside of the smoke. No confirmation to follow it up, though. And he's also burning through a lot of bullets.
Small little burst committed by Bacha inside that smoke. Doesn't really get a hit marker, even on one of the lads hiding inside, but I think at least they have the awareness of where big chunk of the threat can come from. EVOKE, in the meanwhile, lost 2 players left standing and hiding inside the shack outside the circle. A very awkward position for them to be in, but here it is. The Executors executing the competition. Out in that dip, and never really a fan of those bowl dips inside of this match. Quite an awkward position to be in, but talk about things getting awkward in NARZO. Well, they find themselves caught in the midst of a mid-rotation fight already. As Executors, they show up. Lovish from the side of ASTROKIDS is going to be there as well. And NARZO, they take this fight head on. They have the upper hand. Executors down to their last man, Nitin. He goes for a push, a play made on the ASTROKIDS. It does not work out. Executors executed, and NARZO official might get sandwiched between the 2 flanks set up by ASTROKIDS. Lovish still left standing. NARZO down to their last man and outplay.
Oh my god!
Not really able to outplay the ASTROKIDS. They show up from the stars. 14 eliminations on the board already.
ASTROKIDS, they've been dominating throughout this entire game. They've been just going for the elimination points from the start. And this is one of the main reasons, Johnny, I've been rooting for ASTROKIDS from the start as well.
Yeah.
And now focusing on the players of Great Esports. Surya Jod knocked out. Even Draco, the same thing happens to him. Great Esports on the verge of being completely eliminated from this game, as they do not really have the man number to back themselves up. And look at Whitehat, the last remaining player, the last glimmer of hope, surviving from the side of Great. And he's just shrouded himself in the smoke, but not for long. As the smoke fades away, his lifeline too fades away in front of his eyes.
Not a lot to do over there, but in the meanwhile, quite a lot to accomplish for Team BHOLA on our screens. We haven't really seen them amidst the action for a while now. Just 3 eliminations on the board, but as we are nearing the end of this match, all of that needs to change. A long way to go for Team BHOLA. if they want to climb the overall rankings. But Dream Team still present. We talked about them, the biggest threat to everyone else inside of this lobby. If they can secure this chicken dinner, it propels them quite nicely towards that top 16, which they are dreaming about as of now. But TUB, they go for a push, and this one, well, it backfires. Roxy instantly knocked out as soon as he reaches the dip. And Dream Team, they are prepared. 2 more people show up. They hit the floor as well. Last man
Oh my God.
takes the hit, hits the floor, and with the drop shot ends it all. What was that? Impressive play coming in from the Unstoppables, and Sher in particular.
And now you've also got EVOKE trying to squeeze inside of the zone slowly and steadily. The wall of death is a little bit too quick. And yeah, Uttam's not going to be able to make it inside of the wall of death. He is left out. Save zone is a little bit too more far away. And this is where Morse Gaming Clan, they will get their hands on the last remaining elimination point from that team. Silence with his teammates. It's a 3-man squad. Morse, they've still got the man advantage in the hands inside of these final few moments. The only team that can be the bigger threat over here to them is in the name of BH. Considering Morse, they're also outside of the zone. And BH, they've got the smack center. They've also got the most amount of zone covered. So everything is stacked up with the players of BH for now. And that 2-2 split the players of BH are also playing with, it's also quite good. Morse Gaming Clan, something needs to be done. They at least need one knockout to push up close and personal and take matters in their own hands. And you can see the smoke trail being tossed out by the players of BH. This is going to help them close on towards the remaining 2 players who are right in the smack center of the zone. The Morse Gaming Clan, this is their right moment to strike. They need to stop those 2 players from reuniting with these 2 players inside of the zone. And then the unstoppable Sher can actually pull off another great play and play the spoiler inside of this entire trifecta. Morse Gaming Clan, I like the fact that even they themselves are trying to spread out. Just trying to go for the intel, trying to play for the information. And as the wall of death moves up even more, every single team's going to be even more desperate to make it inside the safe zone.
Yeah. But as of now, it's just Team BHOLA that's in there. Sher, who's stuck outside, and he gets up for a second. Silence is quite close to him, so I wonder if footsteps were heard, the cues were heard by Morse Gaming Clan, but they're taking a hit from the other direction. It is Team BHOLA have secured 2 knocks. Just 1 man remaining in the back lines, I think. Necro, we know who is going to walk away with the chicken dinner of this first game of Erangel for this group.
Yeah, it's probably going to be Team BH. They've got the zone. They're also inside of the safe zone. The last 2 remaining players outside of the blue. Morse Gaming Clan securing that 3rd spot. And while the Unstoppables getting the 2nd spot in the hands. And the man still's actually going for the med strat. I mean, at this point, it's useless, my friend. Just stop it. You've already secured the 2nd spot for your team. And now you can see the players of Team BHOLA. Somewhere down line, they know the rough idea on exactly where the remaining player can be. Sher goes for the peak, then instantly tries to go back. I'm not even sure why I tried to go for that elimination point there. He should have just given his elimination point to the blue. But yeah, it was Team BHOLA to get the chicken dinner in their hands.
Yeah. Impressive win from Team BHOLA. We saw them stuck in those houses a few moments ago at the edge of the circle, and only 3 eliminations on the board. They prioritized their safety. They were prioritizing those placement points from the start of the game, and I think in the end, just keeping their numbers intact, keeping all 4 players together is what got them this chicken dinner. But again, a lot of big names to talk about. Dream Team, even they were there, a part of the top 6, and they were there in those fights as well. So I wonder how many finish points did Dream Team walk away with from this match?
Well, that's fine, but then my real question is, how many finish points did ASTROKIDS have? Because they were just pushing up close and personal the entire game. They were just taking fights after fights. They did not care if a team have a good position. They were just straight up ramming their vehicles on the compound. They were going for the fights, and I like that bold move from ASTROKIDS. There's a reason why I was rooting for this team, and this is the confidence that's sort of helping them win the fights too. And this is what I exactly mentioned as well. If you are one of these aggressive teams who likes to take fights head on, the best bet is going to be the map of Erangel and Miramar, because Sanhok, everyone's going to be desperate. Everyone's just going to let loose of all the emotions they've got, and they will just play as if they've got nothing to lose. So on the game of Sanhok, all you need to do is just sit back and relax.
That is true. Sanhok gets extremely chaotic at certain times, and especially when there is not a big difference between the teams that are playing that particular match as well, which seems to be the case for this group too. And again, once we get to Sanhok, yes, the differences will start to arise in terms of where the teams are on the overall rankings. But I don't think it's going to be enough with how things are turning out. We will have to wait to see the result on Miramar to have a clearer picture in front of us. But as of now, I think Dream Team, they are moving down the right track. Team BHOLA, I don't know if they can actually catch up and how consistent they can be. We have to see how many finishes they got from this game as well, but it is going to be extremely difficult nonetheless. So I think all hopes and all eyes are going to be pinned on ASTROKIDS. You have Dream Team, and of course, the big fails that were there in this game as well. Necro, how can we miss out on FS Esports and Great Esports?
Yeah, I mean, you had a lot of expectations from both these teams, right? And both these teams not being able to perform, that was definitely a big question mark in my eyes too, because FS Esports, some of the fights that they were choosing to take were actually pretty good. Third-partying one of the instants at the Hilltops, that was quite a good move as well, but then getting third-partied themselves later on was not a good move at all, because FS Esports, they did not even have a chance to recover from that fight initially, and instantly getting third-partied by another one of those teams, that just really put the players in a big state of discomfort. Talking about Dream Team as well. Dream Team, the same thing happened. They were taking a fight against one of those teams in the back lines, and actually they just did not really have the man number to back him up in that fight itself, and that's where they just got outnumbered and overwhelmed. Now, Great Esports, this team was not playing aggressive this time, Johnny. They were actually playing a little bit defensive, and I mentioned this too. There will be teams also playing defensive in Erangel and Miramar, because they will try to book it all on these two games, and they will try to survive for as long as possible, and that's what Great Esports was trying to do, I guess.
Yeah, but it did not work out that well for them. I mean, they tried the level best, but we know without the finish points, if you're just playing for survival, just playing for placements, it can become a struggle if those finishes don't come your way in the late stages. And I think that is one thing where Great might struggle from this particular game. But again, as you mentioned, Miramar, you can go aggressive over there as well. So that opportunity will still be available to the team. But let's talk about individual performances, and let's have a look at the MVP of this map of Erangel. Of course, it's going to be from the side of ASTROKIDS, but who? Will it be Alpha Male or will it be Lavish?
Oh, yeah, maybe Alpha Male, actually. It's probably going to be Alpha Male. Yep, it is going to be Alpha Male. Being the Alpha inside of the lobby and getting the most amount of elimination points secured in the squad, and not just in the squad, in the entire lobby. Map impact of 12% and the finish contribution of 50%. Alpha Male was indeed the Alpha Male in that lobby. Now, there's a reason why ASTROKIDS has been one of those teams that have always been looking out for, because even in the past few weeks when we saw ASTROKIDS, yes, they did not really get a lot of the points accumulated, but still it's all about the confidence that they showcased. And they were confident back then too, and once again they're confident moving inside of 2024 as well. Now, moving on forward towards Lavish, also getting 6 elimination points. You've also got Warden getting 4 elimination points. Outplay from NARZO getting 4, and Beerus also getting 4, or also getting 3.
Well, I mean, the list of top players and ASTROKIDS already doing so well for themselves. 7 on Alpha Male, 6 on Lavish. Alright, looking at NARZO official as well, I think they might have done quite decent. I think around 7 eliminations for the entire team, so 7 points were secured. MAGNUM. Alright, MAGNUM, 6 eliminations for the team. I fail to recall actually where they took an exit in this game, so can't really add the placement points total tally, but I think MAGNUM were too far behind in terms of actually qualifying for the top 32, maybe the 64. If they can pop off nicely in one of the 2 matches up ahead. But Team BHOLA develop an interesting story for themselves with this performance. Now the doors have been opened for the top 64 and maybe the top 32 for Team BHOLA, but are they able to make the push in the next 2 matches? But look at that, ASTROKIDS, 17 points with 14 eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that I'm really astonished about over here is Team BHOLA getting the chicken dinner, and ASTROKIDS now being on the second spot in the point standings with only 3 placement points, still getting 17 points in their hands. So once again, a great start for ASTROKIDS 2 Unstoppable. It's not that bad of a start, 11 points. Honestly, all they need to do is just maintain that average in the upcoming games too. Moving on forward towards the latter half of the board, where we're going to be seeing a lot of the upsets, or maybe some of the teams that we expected to perform were not able to perform. Dream Team, Great Esports, and FS Esports right underneath each other.
Well, not really a position we expected these 2 teams to be in, and both of them just struggling. Even FS as well on that 11th position with just 2 points to their name. not really a position FS were hoping to be in. But let's see. I mean, 2 more matches left. One big win for either Great, either Dream Team or FS, and they will be through that cutoff inside of the safe cushion. And I think, again, if that happens, the earlier it happens, the more room for error you will have. The later it happens, the more pressure you're going to feel in that final game. So I think it is important for all 3 of these teams to do whatever it takes to secure at least 7 to 8 eliminations in this upcoming map of Miramar to relieve that pressure that will befall them on Sanhok before it even arises.
Exactly. Johnny, I mean, in general, now the upcoming map is going to be the map of Miramar, where it will be easy to rotate, but tough to sustain. We'll keep on talking about Miramar a little bit more, but we've got a little bit of an Exude promo lined up for you guys. Let's move on forward and look at that. First spin at 10 UC, get it now. Maybe you can be the lucky one to get your hands on that X-Suit. But yeah, getting back to the conversation, Johnny, right? Talking about Miramar once again. And now we have been seeing teams usually a little bit more comfortable on the map of Miramar. They do tend to survive quite late. Hopefully the same thing can be said for Great Esports as well. I just want to see Great Esports back to their roots. I just want to see Great Esports back to the basic playstyle that they were playing in the initial weeks too. Just be aggressive. Even in 2023, Great Esports was doing the same thing. I want them to do the same thing in 2024 as well. Be default.
It's not just you, it's me as well. I mean, usually we ask people not to be default inside of this match, but in terms of play style, I think Great Esports definitely need to bring that aggression back in. They want to keep the dream of top 32 still alive after the game of Miramar. But let's see how this next upcoming map or match is going to turn out for these teams, ladies and gentlemen. Second last game that they play in the grind itself. And again, the door still open for Great Esports, Dream Team Esports and FS Esports. A new opportunity gained by the side of Team BHOLA. But again, we have Universe joining us for the upcoming game. So, Universe, I would love to know your thoughts on what just went down on Erangel as well, and how does that change the situation on the overall leaderboard?
Well, there is this sense of similarity, Johnny, between the two groups that have played today. And that is the fact that the teams that were towards the mid and lower region of the table before entering the games today are showing 2 members or maybe 3 who are doing really, really well, right? First of all, of course, Team BHOLA, who won the damn game. And secondly, of course, ASTROKIDS, who did finish on 21 total points in the last week. 2 performers similarly, like in the previous, we had Zero Vibes and G2 Battlegrounds, right? 2 teams, we've got a similar pattern of, storyline here in both games here. And that is something that I really love watching, because these bigger teams that we watch and we keep an eye out always, because yeah, of course, why wouldn't we? But Dream Team got cut off by one of these teams itself. I believe it was against TUB. I'm not quite sure. They did push in. Yeah, Unstoppables. It was Unstoppables who pushed in towards them and took out 2 of their members, which I was a little confused at first, because Roy, who was, I think, the first point of contact, came in by himself. I'm like, what is going on here? And then came the cavalry right behind. And to be fair, the only reason that Unstoppable were able to actually win that fight was because the third player who came in with the buggy was able to take out Dream Team's backline man. He ran straight over the 2 players who were in front, went to the guy in the back and took him out, who was actually taking the cover fire. And because of which, Dream Team got completely, sidelined, and that was what it was. But overall, I expect there to be a lot more aggression this time around from Dream Team. I think they're not going to take things lightly anymore. And I honestly am really, really looking forward to another AstroKids game, and they were absolutely spectacular.
Yeah, it's not just you, it's me as well. AstroKids were quite phenomenal, especially Alpha Male, how he was playing that kick off with the bridge camp against the Dream Team themselves was how they got that first point inside of the game. And then moving on out to the later stages, the way they were approaching the fights, it looked like they were filled with confidence today. And this is what we would love to see replicated in the upcoming matches as well. But on the other side, I have to agree that fight between Dream Team and the Unstoppables, it was extremely chaotic, and you broke it down perfectly. I was just about to say they got lucky that the man from Dream Team actually missed his shots on Sher when he was the last man standing, allowing Sher to survive and clutch out that fight. Otherwise, it could have gone either way. Plus, there was a threat from the flanks as well. They had a line of fire against, I think it was NARZO official who was sitting in the distance, and they constantly were keeping a check on that fight as to, all right, smokes have been laid out, maybe a collision. Yeah, sorry.
It was actually BHOLA who were third-partying that fight from the compound a little bit far away. And that's where they actually started the whole campaign of getting their finish points, which, I sorry to cut you off to point out, but that was where actually they started their journey of getting the finish points, and they ended up finishing on top. That's why I wanted to point that out particularly. But BHOLA, of course, not as BHOLA as they would seem. They were very, prominently showcasing their aim in a very deadly way. Let's see how far this innocence goes along, because I don't see them being any more less merciful than they already have been on Erangel.
Me neither. I think Miramar is a map where you can definitely outplay the opposition in terms of better positioning quite easily. And I think if BHOLA can gain that high ground advantage against a few of these teams, especially during the mid-game stages, they can look to cut off a lot of rotations. And it seems like with how they played out that end game, this is a team that relies on positional awareness about the opposition. So they like to know where the people are exactly before they charge into a situation. Because as you said, before that third party against the Unstoppables and Dream Team, BHOLA weren't even part of the action. I think they got like 1 or 2 finishes from that fight, and that is when they started to pick off everyone else because they knew where the opposition was going to be. And in Miramar, big map, lot of open spaces, you can see the opposition come towards you from a distance. So I think that can definitely prove beneficial for the team if they protect their numbers and if the high ground advantage can be gained. And also two variables we can't really predict: the flight path and the circle. Where will that take us in this matchup?
Well, we'll find out soon enough. There was, of course, another surprise that before we head into Miramar was, I believe, Moss Gaming, who finished in that top 2, right? Who finished the last week that they played on just 5 points and already have a jump up. They could be a surprise, just saying. Let's head into Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. The big bad desert is waiting for all of us as the flight has pretty sure taken off. And here we go.
Yeah, here we go for match number 2 of this Group 16, ladies and gentlemen, the map of Miramar. Well, there it is finally. The plane has taken to the sky, so we will have the flight path in front of us as well, although this time it seems like it is starting from the northwestern edge of the map and is going to end around the central point of the southern edge. There it is, close to Patona. So I have to say, not a difficult flight path to deal with, in my opinion, Universe. What do you think?
Yeah, I think this is pretty much okay in terms of the spread that we would expect the flight path. It's again similar to what we saw earlier in one of the games as well. But we have to expect that there might be a couple of drop clashes. I was going to actually say San Martin and maybe Los Leones, but it seems like not many teams might decide to go that way. We're going to wait out for a little bit longer to watch what exactly happens. But I think the zone, I'm just going to give a random prediction here. Once again, I might expect a south-ish kind of a zone, maybe end up towards the northern end of Los Leones, La Bendita. It is, of course, a very favorite part of map for me personally, at least. I love the fights that ensue between that region of Pecado, Los Leones, and La Bendita. It's like Bermuda's Triangle for me, right? You never know where you get caught out from because there's always long range fights that kind of end up happening because of the height that some of these teams end up taking from the buildings around there. But at the same time, there are also teams who end up hiding in the craters between. And as we talk about craters, there could be a big one formed here as 3 different teams are taking in spots right inside Pecado.
Oh boy, this is about to get very intense to kick things off as well. Magnum, they need to be extremely careful about this. They've lost, well, they did gain a lot of points from the action in the previous match. They were one of the early aggressors in the previous game, but majority of it was forced upon them. This time around as well, it can be forced upon them, but usually in a situation like this, we see teams buying themselves as much time as possible to find those throwables, to look for ammunition, to look for better helmet, better armor, so that when it comes time for them to run into close quarter combats, they are better prepared for it. Shots fired through the windows as of now. I believe it was ASTROKIDS seeing if they can dish out at least some damage, prep the players before they charge forward, but they have to be careful. JSR lurking in the distance, and of course, EXECUTORS just outside Picardo can show up at any time.
Yeah, but speaking
Look at
of
the circle.
outside, yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. I was like, you know what, look at that zone. I call it slightly southernish, but this kind of took it all in another direction. Complete western zone. We could end up seeing a bit of a water circle here, as Picardo at the moment going to be comfortably inside that zone. But it is a huge pit fire of battles right now that could be ensuing in the next 2, maybe 3 minutes, depending on who wants to make the first move. ASTROKIDS, of course, being a part of this, one of the bigger teams in terms of confidence, at least, who might want to go ahead and take on some duels. But at the moment, it's going to be Pikachu from JSR looking for an opening against Magnum.
Let's see, it's not going to be easy. You have to be very precise with your shot and extremely patient. Just wait for the opposition to step in front of you. And if they find this opening, this can change quite a lot for either of these teams. JSR just being patient, hiding their presence. As of now, ASTROKIDS and Magnum have made a lot of moves. JSR have just stayed tucked in a corner, so I wonder when will they actually decide to step in into this fight. I think they're still waiting for an opportunity to present itself, just like it does for this side. We have Attila from the side of Team Madrasi, and they go up against Instinct Outliers. Not really in an all-out war or a fight, but it was one man spotted out in the open. They find that easy frag for themselves, and now it is time to reset.
They did get one more knock, I believe, as well. I'm not quite sure if that player managed to escape away from there. But Team Madrasi, of course, were one of the other teams who started on the low end in terms of points today. 8 only to their name from the previous week. And we have Great Esports. Got White Ad here, keeping an eye out onto Ghost. Sure, if they know that he's here, because look at how far away he's from his team.
Yeah. They are aware of his presence, and look at the radar as well. It seems like one of the, and from the opposing side, is actually trying to flank him as well. So in this collision against Storm 99, Great Esports needs to be extremely, extremely cautious with how they approach this fight. If White Hat gets caught off guard, they end up giving a free point to the opposing team. And of course, losing out on their own firepower for those late game fights, late game action.
Need to be careful here. White Hat preferably should be backing away from there. Although I think he's got a safe distance between himself and Storm 99. If they decide to maybe just take on a bit of a jolly ride towards his direction, he's not going to be safe there. I'm pretty sure they've got eyes that will... Oh, are they coming? Oh, here they come. White Hat, does he actually want to challenge this? No, gets away. Little bit more safety, but this is getting a little risky in my opinion, Johnny.
And it's getting extremely risky now. He's too close for comfort. Has to be on his toes. A small little miscalculation and it's all over. In the meanwhile, though, finally it seems like Alpha Male has closed in the distance against the opposing side of Magnum, but it will be very difficult for him to actually engage alone. He needs some support from the rest of the squad. Someone needs to step in.
He does have Levi and Light across the buildings on the other side. It's a decent enough crossfire if at all Magnum, Magnum decide to, push in and maybe take a fight by themselves. still looking out for an opening. Most of them, along with SMGs here, could be favored for this fight. As Alpha Male, now he's a point of attraction. They know he's here, and they might end up taking a bit of a jolly ride across his flank and come in from the other side. But they're holding on for the moment. They're all pretty much in the zone here, so no need to actually force a fight if at all unnecessary for, points for that matter, which, yes, Magnum Esports do need it. But ASTROKIDS, they have shown persistence, patience, and great aim in the previous game. And it looks like they might do the same one here as well. Nice nade. It does connect. CLAWx has gone down.
Oh boy. Levi down on his knees as well, and Alpha Male now under pressure. They have found the trade, but is it enough? He pushes up the stairs, gets knocked out, and now Lavish sent to the rescue along with Light. It's not going to be easy. Light knocked out as well. ASTROKIDS, it feels like they've bitten off more that they can chew in this fight. Lavish last man left standing, and even he gets finished off in a matter of seconds. Magnum, they wipe the floor with ASTROKIDS.
Wow, that was... I swear they had the upper hand over there in terms of team push, because when I was looking at the map, it seemed like ASTROKIDS had the perfect idea in how to attack, because I could see Lavish was coming in from behind, but I think there was a bit of a patience miscommunication there. The run-ins from every single player were individualistic. There was no team effort, it seemed like, coming out from ASTROKIDS there. Kind of uncharacteristic from what their previous match was.
This is about to get very interesting, the overall rankings. After this matchup, but let's see. I mean, still a lot more action for us to witness. The first stage of the game coming to an end in a few short moments. We see the blue zone on its western edge where the players of Magnum are, all the way in Picado, but where does the next circle take us? Between Los Leones, Impala, and La Benedita. I think Team BHOLA, they're going to be quite happy with this circle shift. They have a wonderful position, a wonderful city of Impala to work with. In the meanwhile, I think trouble in paradise for the Unstoppables, Magnum, Trade Esports, EVOKE, and in particular Storm 99, all the way towards Valle del Mar. They're going to face a big challenge once they start moving towards the circle, because look at that southwestern edge of the zone. It's going to be so cluttered up with teams like Morse Gaming Clan, Executors, Dream Team. That's a difficult point to breach.
Yeah, and it's right at the edge of where the circle just about begins as well, which means these teams are going to look to hold on to that lower edge. And on the other side here, we've got Team Unstoppables, ones who did take care of Dream Team last time around. Now, heading in to the zone, not the main zone, at least they've crossed the blue part of it, and now they're going to be able to just pitch in towards, I believe, Graveyard. Unless they want to take a little bit of a longer route around. Now, this team also, they were in a decent position to at least gain a couple of 10-pointers to make themselves available for that top 64. 16 where they finished off last week. How much do you think they need now? Although I believe in the previous game they didn't really pitch up much.
Yeah, it's difficult to calculate, to be honest. I mean, even my maths isn't that great, but I think maintaining, again, just to be on the safer side, maybe 10 to 12 points this game, next game. Just because of the teams in the middle pack, how they've been, and as you said before we went into this game, right? The teams in the middle pack at the start of the show are the ones that are hitting the hardest right now, and that sort of throws the entire calculation, the speculation of who could have moved forward, who could have stayed behind. It takes it in a completely different direction, because it's not just the middle pack playing well, it's the teams that did well in the opening week usually are the ones getting suffocated or for points, getting denied finishes in the first few matches, and because of that they have to just commit everything in the next two games. And that level of aggression can sometimes backfire. But ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of a recap of how things turned out between the side of Magnum and, of course, ASTROKIDS. All right, it was a 3K from Ritik from Magnum over there. That is how they were able to win that fight. A hero play being made.
And for the moment, it seems like Team Executors, forgive me, need a hero play themselves, as they also, amongst that middle of the table teams, at the moment staring straight into the abyss and hoping to take on Instinct Outliers. And I have to be a little careful here. They are surrounding them. Forgive me, that's Dream Team, my bad. I read it as IO instead of OT.
Well,
I do have troubles, guys. That's exactly why I'm here. I've got information about the game, but education was not really my strongest suit. Forgive me.
it's okay, man. Me and Necro are in the same boat with you.
Yeah, I felt it.
Anki's also in the same boat with us. Apparently, it's a long-running joke about how many subjects were dropped during his graduation, and I think you, me, Necro, we aren't any different.
Yeah, that's particularly why I avoided math, but it seems like I might have to take a bit of a test to go to my eye doctor, perhaps, because I read that wrong. But yeah, math's never been the strongest suit for us, although we love the point structures, though.
Yeah, simple maths. Doesn't go
simple,
beyond 10 points on points, placement points, at least.
I mean, that is true. With the new structure, placement points, of course, have come down to a maximum of 10 with the first position. Which, of course, I wanted to ask you about, Johnny. Like, what do you feel about the new structure?
I like the new structure. I mean, so I was expecting that the new structure was going to force a lot more aggression into the game, but to be fair, that this is not the right place where we can experience it, right? This was a very short format qualification tournament for these teams, and again, staying in the top 64 was going to be the priority. So we saw a lot of these teams employ different strategies, but if you look at the teams at the top of the leaderboard right now, all of the teams are the ones who were busy fighting where everyone else was looking for survival positions from where they can actually survive to the late stages of the match. All the top teams, you talk about Forever, you talk about Revenant, you talk about Aiku Soul at the top teams that have very high probability and potential of making it to the grand finals were all the aggressive teams. So again, once we move to the longer format of BGIS, where we have round 1, round 2, of course, eventually leading to the semifinals and the long grand finals that's going to be there, I think with more number of matches, the more finishes you get, it will be that much more better later on. But I think it's still a while before we get there. Although, look at the shift of the zone now. Northern hemisphere completely empty.
Yeah, this kind of throws things into a mix. As you can see, nobody actually occupying that northern hemisphere of the entire zone at the moment. And I think right now there's going to be some rotations coming in that direction. And speaking of rotations, it is going to be Great Esports just circling at the moment around Magnum. And no real fight's going to be ensuing between these two, as Magnum going to hold on to their triggers. And White Hat, the man who earlier on was, of course, keeping a keen eye out on Storm 99, this time has got his mark on JSR.
Let's see. Great Esports looking to accomplish a lot of great things in their matches today. Game number 1 wasn't really what they were hoping for, but maybe in the second game they can turn things around. The entry into the zone is not going to be too difficult for them, but as you were talking about EVOKE and JSR, it seems like the distance between the two teams isn't really going to allow EVOKE to secure that finish. But hey, Dream Team, if they find the knock on Kirito, they can definitely go for this point. He is isolated from the rest of his squad, but Dream Team prioritize their safety and back off.
I think it's a good measure for them to make this call as well, Johnny, because they need to survive a bit to take a bit of a, advantageous fight. 50-50s right now shouldn't be their concern, shouldn't be their objective either. Because being at the edge of qualification, you don't want to take fights that are going to make you feel in a risky position. You need fights that are going to give you a bit of a comfortable spot to sit on the couch so that you can hold on to your lead and keep racking in points that are going to be important for you to make it to that top 32 if at all. Once again, another team that they're going by here. Are they keen? Oh, okay. It seems like they might want to go on for the fight here. Do they know that? Yeah, I don't think they did. Turban! Oh, Yuva takes him off. And this is going to be Dream Team's big fight. If they don't win this, it might be a huge, huge loss for them.
Well, let's see though. It can be a big hit, and Silly Esports, they will be quite happy getting that one free frag in the bag. In the meanwhile, the reset opportunity, UAOP could have been a big hero for his team in the previous game. He's probably able to bring it to fruition, but now two individuals from the Dream Team squad, Bindu and Shop, pinned out. Shouldn't be too difficult, but look at the radar. Morse Gaming Clan lurking around the road. They go. Oh, Beard Baba, Silly Esports. He overexposed himself, gets punished. But the side of Dream Team numbers equalized, at least for the next few moments.
Evil Surya. He's going to be coming out from a bit of a smoke cover. Does hold on for a bit. As Dream Team, the two remaining players here, struggling to keep vision blinded for their opponents so that they can just get away from here. They do have cover for the moment. Oh, there comes the fight though. It's coming straight to them. And I'm pretty sure that they realize this now. Silly Esports, that this is a fight that they can very comfortably take with 3 members left. All they need to do is be strategic about their approach. Zone's going to keep pitching them out of their health one bit by bit. Can Dream Team keep the dream alive with the last 2 members standing?
Let's see, situation turned around quite nicely. Still 2 more players left, hiding inside the smoke. Evil Surya though, do zone damage enough to chip his HP bar and swing the advantage in the hands of Dream Team. And as they push, opening knock secured, foul. Can't really accomplish much in this 1v3. He gets taken out as well. Second team to get eliminated from this game is Silly Esports. We are down to the top 13 teams, 44 players still alive in this match. And from the map feed, it looks like Team BHOLA, they can hope for another big win. No one again towards that northwestern quadrant of the circle. A big cluster expected towards the west, towards the eastern edge, and of course southern edge. I think yeah, that one is pretty much going into the hands of Crores Click Gaming Clan over there.
Team BHOLA, once again, looking for a bit of a late game strategy maybe, coming in late into the zone once again. Though they have taken in towards that northern side, just outside the edge of La Bendita. We've got NARZO keeping an eye out on them. And it's going to be Pratik, who spotted all 4 players, I believe so far. At least 3 he's seen as far as we could see on our screens. Another one he knows would be around the corner. But look at the amount of control that BHOLA have got in terms of the radar. Once we do see the map come up a little later, you're going to see how much of that hemisphere they've got to control off, actually.
Well, look at this, the Morse Gaming Clan, how they were dealt with by the lads of Storm 99. Of course, that last man, we saw him moving around in the game as well. For Wipe, we saw him just around where the Dream Team fight happened a few moments ago. Still there in this game, not yet eliminated from this match. Dream Team on the other side, it seems like they've taken a hit against the Unstoppables, but JSR Roller runs out of ammunition while trying to stop the players from the side of X Magnum in their tracks. He did succeed in his mission, but There were 3 of them, and he was isolated on that slope, so he's forced to back off now. Oh boy, look at this, Rohan. Now that... Is he on a bicycle? Yes, he is.
Yes,
I love
he is.
this.
Yeah, I absolutely love. I am a pretty bicycle enthusiast myself. Not as much, but I do love me a good ride. And I'm pretty sure Rohan appreciates it as well, as he's going to keep healing himself up. But does he have enough time, or does he even have space to get into that zone? Because somebody is going to be able to find him out, trouncing in with that cycle. And like I was saying, if you just had a look at the map, ladies and gentlemen, that northern end where Team BHOLA currently have taken control of has actually flushed them out. NARZO, I think, are in the most opportune position. They've got control of the one and only compound position in that current zone.
Oh, and that can actually work out quite nicely in their favor, but they have to be extremely careful with how they move forward in this match. They have to be patient. FS, in the meanwhile, they find themselves up against Team MADRASI. Rohan, though, with his bicycle, has made it this far into the game. He won't go any further. The ride stops here, good sir. In the meanwhile, though, Team MADRASI, what will they do actually? Because FS, they're blocking their entry from the southeastern edge of the circle. There's another team blocking the opposite end, and their position is compromised as well. So it's not going to be easy for them to find an entry inside the zone right now.
Look at Great Esports, though. They're going to try and run around JSR. They're trying to get that final man, Pikachu. He will be taken out. White Hat to confirm the finishes here, as Great Esports find a good couple of points for themselves as well. On the other end, it's going to be JSR's Roller, who is the last man standing from his team, was taking a solo fight against Magnum, and has found 3 finishes to his name.
Well, 3 eliminations, are they going to be enough though? That is the question now. Hello, Great Esports. Hoping for great things. Oh! Oh my goodness! What is going on over here? FS, Dream Team, they collided in the middle of nowhere. FS, they still survive, but look at the amount of utility that's lobbed in their direction.
Oh my god!
Forget utility. The Unstoppables, they just throw themselves at the opposition, hoping to get a squad wipe. They get a few eliminations on the board, but Executors, now the door is open, wide open for them to move forward and execute the Unstoppables, stop them in their tracks. Share knocked out, Trouble, and Legend. Look at that in the backlines. As the name says, Legend will not lose. Well, he's refusing to lose in this fight as well. Secures the knock against Nithin. And Executors, they get distracted by Team MADRASI in the backlines as well. The circle, it belongs to no one. Look at the radar. It's completely empty.
Yeah, it is. Legend, though, he's come up so close. Executors, they've got Rahul on the backlines, but Legend still wins that duel. And now it's going to be Sneaks who wants to go in and challenge the last man standing. The heal comes through. It's going to be Legend once again. The IWNL in his name, obviously telling that he is never going to lose these duels. And it's going to be Nithin once again to try and maybe flush out with a nade. Legend, he's got trouble from the other end as well, somehow keeping himself alive amidst of all of this, as Team MADRASI from that western corner chipping in with their util as well. And this could be a huge massacre. Yes, there it is. Everybody's crates drop to the ground, as both those teams will be shattered and sent straight to the heavens.
7 teams remaining, 19 players still alive. Executors, last man left surviving. They ran into such a big commotion, and all they get from that is 2 points. That is unfortunate, but Great Esports on the other side, moving along the blue zone. They find themselves up against the players from EVOKE, and this is not good at all. A lot of damage dished out. EVOKE gets shot in the back as well, and they get eliminated by Rolla from JSR. How is he still in this game? Where was this man?
He took that first fight up against Magnum. He single-handedly took them out, by the way. And now he's taken out players from another team, Team EVOKE, who, by the way, once again, a very disappointing performance from them. Draco watched his teammate unfortunately get taken out right in front of his eyes as we head in to the final 6 teams in a very, very open circle here, Johnny. A lot of smokes being deployed by Team MADRASI, who've managed to make it this far. But look at CLAWX. He does have a slight bit of cover, and I'm not sure if Viper just knows he's there. EXECUTORS laying in the hopes of that, the fact that this is one man who could fetch them maybe a couple of extra finishes, because they for sure need this.
Oh, they definitely need this game in the bag. They need the chicken. Gosh, he's hiding behind that haystack. Team BHOLA, they've closed in from the rear, and Prateek finally realizes how close the opposition has gotten to him. It's a big threat right next to NARZO official, and BHOLA, we know, back-to-back chicken dinners, and they can find themselves at the top 64 easily. Looking for that big win, looking for more finish points, but as of now, they've kept their heads down, not really running into fights. Great esports taken care of as Draco is going to be forced back into the lobby. Oh my goodness! Bacha sees a few pixels. Shot was taken, but there wasn't enough body exposed to actually come into the fight. Although this time Bacha, he faces the opposition head on. It's a 1v2, and Vanquish is going to be vanquished, but...
Oh!
What? It's Rola again! What?
You gotta be kidding me.
Oh,
no
man.
way.
Yeah. This needs to be a special prize. There needs to be a special prize for his performance in this game. JSR, they might not win the game, but Rola definitely has won a lot of hearts, ladies and gentlemen. But if you're thinking, who got the chicken dinner? Well, wait no further. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Team MADRASI who are the winners of the chicken dinner of this map of Miramar. Incredible performance in this game, but not more impressive than JSR Rola.
Okay, so well, let me just take that in, guys, as you guys do as well, right? Because that was something completely unexpected. Because JSR, who started today at 3 points, have now been propelled forward by a huge margin. Although I'm not quite sure this is going to give them any, big standings in terms of qualification. Although unless they have an insane Sanhok, but Rola single-handedly, just lurking around the corners, taking out teams like it's his daily job, single-handedly brought his team so far ahead. And honestly, I think Team BHOLA are now going to particularly try and find him on the map of Sanhok to take him out, because then there had the perfect opportunity to find the finishes onto NARZO's team. And from so far away, this man says, no. And he just walks away with taking the one and only finish from that team fight there.
Hey man, Rola saw the back of the players of Team BHOLA and he could not resist taking those shots. And NARZO, they got so lucky that right in the nick of time, their last player was inside that broken building. Otherwise, had he been on the outside taking the duel against that player from the side of Team BHOLA, he would have also given up his finish points to Rola from JSR. And Team MADRASI, such opportunistic perfection on display in that aspect. They just took advantage of all of that commotion. They're like, all right, we're just going to run in and stay there, and we're going to see what happens once we actually have control of the circle, because everyone was struggling in finding that entry to the zone. It was out in the open field, nothing but haystacks for you to utilize as cover. And in a situation like that, open fields in Miramar, you get third-partied very easily. People like to play the edges a lot in this map.
Yeah, most certainly they do. And one of the bigger things that, of course, that we did witness in this game was that one little shack of hit where we had a huge amount of finishes come through. Let's have a look at the finishes as we do speak about it, because I'm pretty sure that will be a part of it. But of course, why would we not talk about Rola? And this is where it all went down. As we just paused Rola for a second, it was a lot of commotion. In the end, it was MADRASI right here, there we go, who took control of the situation. Look at the amount of utility being bombarded here.
Oh man, I was just thinking, how many crates would there be in that underneath that hut right now? I think easily like 10 crates lying there, filled with ammunition, filled with utilities. So that was a good refill spot or a good pit stop for Team Madrasi as well before they ran in for the control of the circle. But of course, I mean, Rola, as we were talking about, we saw him run into that first 1v3. I think it was against MAGNUM, who he was trying to catch off guard mid-rotation. Unfortunately, or luckily for him, he saw 3 players and he instantly realized, like, all right, too much. Maybe I need to back off. He backed off. He survived that fiasco. And from there, we saw how he was able to help his team reach the top 2. But along with that, I think a little bit of consistency put on display by Team BHOLA as well. Can't really take anything away from them. They could not have predicted that Rola would just stand up, take those shots inside of the blue as well, risking his own life, risking his survival, the points and everything for that one extra finish in the late game stages of the game. But he did it, changed everything, changed the results, and we can't really do anything about it. But I think one thing we can do is look at the stats, look at who is the MVP of this game, and I will be very upset if it is not Rola from JSR. Yes, the true MVP of this map of Miramar. Let's find out, Universe, if we are correct, in fact.
I mean, it has to be. Yeah, there we go. 100% contribution. Every single point that JSR has earned this round is going to be because of him, both placement-wise and finish-wise, because he single-handedly brought in 14, I believe. Yeah, second place and 8 finishes. 14 points to his name only, not JSR as well, but Rola is who brought it all on. As we head into the top 5, let's have a look at who's going to follow us up, because I don't think anybody can follow up that act, man. Yeah, Takai, we've got Legend, who did genuinely well actually in that, you know, single-handed fight against, I believe it was,
it was a lot of different teams. Legend, it was FS, it was great esports, too many teams. Unstoppables were one of the teams who ran for that hut, and Legend actually stayed behind and he just continued spraying inside of the smoke, hoping to catch a few people off guard, which we now know he did. So good job on that part. But again, I think Hitman from the side of FS, an experienced veteran in the list of top players, and Ghost from Storm99. Storm99, I'm a little bit confused about. I have no idea what they were trying to accomplish in this game. I mean, too far away in the rankings, they needed those points. And as soon as we saw them, I mean, we saw them in the match for a few moments. They just vanished after that.
Yeah, they did. And Storm99, I think they are going to be in a very dire situation to actually try and pull out a big game now, unless, of course, they don't want to see themselves in that top 64. But as we head on to the point standings, we've got JSR with 8 finishes, one man against the team of Madrasi, who of course got 8 finishes by themselves as well. 18 for number 1, 14 for 2, as the rest of the table kind of gives out a bit of a hit or a miss kind of, you know, naming situation. Great Esports, 7 to them. Dream Team, 7 to them as well. Once again, Johnny, we're we've got a full day of the mid-table teams, of the teams that have been between those 12, 8, 7 points, maybe 16 at best, 21 at most. They are the ones performing here.
Yeah, I mean, and that is leading to a lot of confusion as to what the overall leaderboard is going to be about. But I also have to say, I mean, this is good on the team's part, Universe, because for the last few days, I mean, we were running calculations and we were like, all right, this is getting too predictable right now, especially with how Revenant was able to pull off that big number in their 3 matches. But for these 2 groups that we got to witness today, it's very unpredictable. And this changes the fate of a lot of teams that are not even playing right now. This middle pack mayhem that we are witnessing from both Group 15 and Group 16. And even in this group, remember, at the start of the day, we were talking about FS. You, me, Necro, we were there. We were discussing, all right, FS, big name, big team, a lot of hopes and expectations. Maybe they make a push. No. 2 games, they have been struggling. And unless they kind of drop a 30 bomb on Sanhok, which requires 20 eliminations, I don't think FS, its chances are going to be good of making a push for the top 32, and even the top 64 is going to be in a dire contestation right now.
It most certainly is going to be dire for them, but I believe just for a little bit of relief, let's have a look once again at the Jiggle Wiggle promo, ladies and gentlemen, because we all love the game, we all love the creators, everything about the game is what this promo shows.
रुक यार, जिगल विगल करके दे दिया. Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है? जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस है. Who's that guy? बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंसे बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंसे that guy.
There it is, the Jiggle Wiggle promo. And as Universe, you said, I mean, we all love the game. We all love the personalities that are there in the promo as well. So, again, I think we all love the competition that is unfolding in front of us as well in the grind. One last game of BGIS the grind before we know who the top 64 are. And, of course, before we know the top contenders for the finals as well, because that is what everyone is waiting to see, which team showcase us the most potential of making it to the grand finals, where they will fight out for 2 crore rupees in prize money. But as I said, one last game to go. Let's have a look at the 16 teams that are about to take the stage on the map of Sanhok in front of us. And again, before I leave Universe, before I take a leave for the last time, your prediction for this final game.
You know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and continue with the pattern. I'm just gonna say probably, I guess somebody like Unstoppables, maybe ASTROKIDS take on this game, because so far it's been the teams that have performed rather okay-ish in the previous games that are actually putting up quite the upstanding performance here. And I'm really excited for what exactly is to come on Sanhok, because so far this group has not disappointed in terms of early fights. We've gotten a lot of early action, and also a gap between both games. All of the fights have been far, far more entertaining that I've watched so far. But Necro, you watched it from the sidelines, and you've been keeping an eye out on these teams. What has been the most surprising thing from Miramar that you witnessed?
Of course, Rolla, man. I mean, the man's all by himself all the time, just trying to make some solo plays, and he's actually getting decent amount of points secured for his team. This is not the first time he's done this. Even in the game of Erangel, he was the only survivor for his team till the end. So yeah, this man is definitely impressive. But now, moving on forward to the game of Sanhok, there's probably going to be a lot of those teams that will give up on their hope of even qualifying forward. And this is when the real chaos starts to ensue across the lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really think that, the kind of stories you've seen today of the underguards coming in, taking over basically everybody today. We've got a lot of teams, a lot of these players who clearly have said, you know what, these teams at the top, they're not going to do anything to us. We are here to showcase what we've got the best of. And showcasing a lot better of a result than they put up in the previous weeks. And I believe that the confidence of these teams as well now is soaring high. Team BHOLA, of course, who started off the entire fiasco, MADRASI to take it on, who were on 8 points before coming into today's matches. Now, ASTROKIDS, of course, the first game did really well. You are a fan of theirs. But the second game was just 1 point that they could accumulate. Any thoughts about what you would expect from them in this final game of Sanhok?
Now, once again, ASTROKIDS is one of those teams that likes to play on the aggressive page. I would say, if I'm ASTROKIDS' coach, I would say just sit back and relax, because there's going to be a lot of teams just giving up on the hope to qualify, and those teams will play as if they've got nothing to lose, which is true. And they would just try to go for those gunfights, just go all guns blazing in the last game of the day. So which makes a lot of sense for ASTROKIDS to just sit back and relax and let the lobby wipe out itself. And then maybe in the final few moments, step inside of the action and get a couple of more elimination points wrapped in and get that chicken dinner secured to secure your spot in the top 64. Because ASTROKIDS, they definitely do have the firepower. What they lack is the discipline.
I agree as well, right? There was a couple of moments in the game where they kind of maybe took on a couple of fights that they should have probably avoided. But speaking of fights, there has been one pattern I've noticed in the last 2 games, and this is slightly a little more on the comical side, and is that Team Unstoppables 2 times in a row have gone in to slam into what's Dream Team. Do we see a bit of a rivalry there, or is it just a coincidence that it happened 2 times in a row?
Well, I think so. It's just probably the coincidence, right? I don't think so they do even mean to target any of their teams. It's just Unstoppable, not really knowing what exactly to do, and just unfortunately ramming up against the same team over and over again. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to take a flight for the one last time on the map of Sanhok inside of the grind, as the plane flat path starts all the way from cave towards the opposite side, which is going to be hot 10. This plane flat path, once again, is quite balanced. Teams are not going to be having any issues extending or stretching towards their drop location.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty free fall for most of these teams. That they're going to be able to spread out across the map pretty decently in terms of at least, not taking too many initial fights, not taking too many drop clashes early on. But there is a huge stack of these teams towards that southern side, which includes Great Esports, FS, and I believe that's Madrasi as well, our previous winners. And for the moment, it is going to be Madrasi and FS heading into Sami, who could end up in a drop clash early on. And amidst all of this, we've also got MAGNUM right there.
Oh my god, look at the circle too. Once again, sort of the similar circle that we saw in the first Sanhok, right? Just covering the majority of the bottom left island. A DT Dream Team, this might just be the dream start they're looking for. Off the rib, dropping inside of ruins, in the prime spot in the circle too, in the smack center. FS Esports, this team, throughout the day, they have been struggling. The same thing can be said for MAGNUM. But FS Esports is one of the known banners. You do not really expect FS Esports to struggle like that. Moving on towards boot camp, and once again, another potential drop collision. Mars Gaming Clan all the way in the back end. You've got Team Unstoppables towards the boot camp area. Some precise shooting. Stu is barely surviving on a sliver of HP. The man needs to move out of that spot. Needs to be some cover fire to save the day for Stu. If he peeks out even for a moment, he will be instantly shut down. He's only got 1 HP. All it takes is one single bullet to knock the man out.
Pretty sure they're looking out for a smoke right now. And yeah, there it comes. Oh, okay, it's actually a medkit for him. But he's so far away. Okay, Stu just about gets out of trouble there. He's going to be safe and nobody's peeking him at the moment. So a bit of covering fire as well. As Stu comes back up to 100 HP. And it's going to be the Unstoppables who are feeling confident in taking their duels as much as they have in the previous 2 games as well. Slamming and dunking onto people whenever they feel is right. They could do the same against Morse Clan here as well.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what this drop location was from Mars, because they're not really getting out with a lot of loot. Instead, they're probably going to be struggling even for the future phase. Off the bat, we've seen 1 man getting eliminated from the game. We've got 63 players remaining. Silly instantly going for the contention off the high ground. They've got decent amount of loot to back him up, and they know usually boot camp is sort of like the hotspot these days on the map of Sanhok. We expected Sanhok to be a complete guns blazing map, but instead this time we're seeing quite a peaceful start. It's so uncharacteristic for this map. But yeah, you can see the players of Silly now starting to make a move slowly and steadily against the players of Morse. And this is probably going to be a big surprise, just exploding on the faces of the players of Morse. Silly, they do spot out the players, information conveyed, and all it takes is the first knockout blow, and it's going to be headed out right now. An instant confirmation on that player too will follow up.
The esports need to be a little careful here. Foul.
Nice.
The Molotov's actually pretty good. They're going to force him out. Grumpy going to take that fight forcefully, and he will be put down to his knees.
What a perfect execution this is inside of the fight. Molotov to force out the player from his comfort zone. And as soon as he moves out, he instantly gets dealt with. Morse Game Clan now taken down to a 2-man squad. Stu and Silence. And the last 2 remaining players, they will need to make sure that they're being silent. YoOP at the top on the left. And even his position's compromised. I mean, these last 2 remaining players, they cannot even disengage from the fight, because if they do try to do so, then it's going to be Team Unstoppables from the back just pressuring them even more. So there's no exit out of these warehouses. It's either fight or die.
Yuva is going to have to hold on for a bit more information before anything ensues here. But it seems like Silly Esports might just want to get away from this after what they have just created the chaos here. Oh, wait! From way far away, it's going to be Legend to take him out. What a shot from him.
Indeed. I mean, that's a great way to kick things off, but once again, to capitalize on that is going to be next to impossible, right? So yeah, Team Unstoppables too, not really overcommitting to that. Instead, backing away, focusing on their loot. Focusing on the placement, the positioning inside of the game, and that's what matters the most. Magnum in a big wall of trouble themselves. 2 players knocked out. And now even Kosh is on the uphill push. This is not a great news for the players of Magnum before the players of MX. This is the exact start they want to have, and here we go. Kosh, he finds the first knockout. Yuppie 45 zip fire in that range is going to be absolutely accurate. And just like that, they just straight up burst through the compounds.
Wow. Well, the confidence doesn't seem to be any much lower for Team MADRASI, as they're going to constantly push on, barraging their opponents, and Magnum take an early exit. And that's going to be the end of their journey in the grind. Moss, oh, there's a great flashbang. He's going to survive this too. Silence around the corner as well. But Silly Esports, they did go away for a bit, but now they decided to come back and take this fight and finish off whatever's left of Moss Gaming.
Yuppie 45 enhances Stu, and eventually both the players, they push it at the same time. Oh man. If the man from Silly, if you would have even missed out on the one shot, things would have been really bad for them. But look at this fight between the players of Team BHOLA and EXECUTORS. EXECUTORS already on the verge of getting executed themselves. Team BHOLA, they've been super consistent in the previous 2 games. First game, a chicken dinner. The second game, good standing. And now, as the Wall of Death as well is going to be engulfing all these teams, they do realize it's better to disengage and move inside of the safe zone. We do see these individuals' blows being delivered to each other, but it's not really doing any type of critical damage.
Yeah, they're going to be able to hold on to this as long as possible. Let Team EXECUTORS feel the pressure. And as we look at the pressure being dealt upon by the zone, let's have a look at where it's going to be leading next.
Oh my god, the man's barely surviving too. Ejects out of the vehicle, secures the vehicle actually. That was the main game plan for them. Save the vehicle, patches himself up, and now Team EXECUTORS, they should be able to back away to the safe zone. And looking at the safe zone itself, there's already a lot of teams just positioning themselves in the prime spot, which is, of course, the Centric. And then towards the off-Centric, too, you've got Great, FS, you've also got Dream Team. In general, all the big names just trying to be as close as possible to the center.
Team EXECUTORS lucky to be alive here after getting away from that altercation against Team BHOLA. Rahul still lingering on in that same spot and watching his opponents get away from here, as he was unable to get away. Watched his teammates go, but he should be able to join them now. And on the other side, here we've got Team Dream Team, with all of their players still hale, healthy and alive, getting into the zone themselves. They are pretty much in control so far as they enter Ruins. And right above them, they've got Storm 99 as well. Not too far away. If they choose to even come in and maybe kind of set up camp in Ruins, this could be problems for Dream Team early on, who already have not had 2 good games so far. It's been pretty much under their standards that they've set from the previous week that they played.
Kirito from Team Madras. I mean, they've managed to get 4 points at the cost of 1 player, which I would say is quite decent. Considering it is the map of Sanhok, you would need all the players alive, but still, 3-man squad, things are possible. JSR towards the southern side, all the 4 players just sticking at each other. NARZO towards Painan, they still haven't moved out of that city. ASTROKIDS as well. This time not playing too aggressive, and I like that. Holding back, playing a little bit more disciplined. But still, it's better to be a little bit more closer to the centric part of the circle, because ASTROKIDS, they would need a claw cross on over soon enough.
Oh, what a shot. Kirito goes down, and I think this might be a call for a push from EVOKE. Just going to hold on for a second to see if there's any other movements from his teammates. Who's going to go and help him out? Viper's going to be able to reach there pretty much safely. And EVOKE are going to hold on to their line so far. And we just had a look at the zone as well, Necro. It's circling in pretty close towards the center part. And the cluster that's forming on that lower island all around ruins and the river just towards the southern edge of boot camp. It's going to be a huge third, maybe fourth, maybe fifth party fights that are going to begin in a couple of seconds now. And speaking of fights, here's Unstoppables taking one against Magnet. Magnet all by himself. He has 1 HP though. Needs to be a little careful. Needs support here. Storm 99. This fight could mean everything for them.
It indeed can. Man with the S12K in the hand, but then there's a third party. ASTROKIDS knocking on the door, see if they want to be a little bit of part of this action. Storm, they're quite spread out inside of this fight. They're taking equal amount of damage, just like the opponents too. Team Unstoppables. Somewhere down line, looking okay for now, but not too good, considering they're sharing a compound with the foes themselves. And even ASTROKIDS wanting to be a part of this action. It's better to wrap this fight up as quick as possible, because even Team MADRASI now finally have attracted themselves to this fight. Interesting turn of events so far.
Yeah, it most certainly has been. And once again, look at that zone. It just kind of shifts over towards the western side. And now teams, so many of them outside that zone, are going to be taking in rotational damage. More or less even rotational losses. So far, it is Dream Team who've got the dream spot, to be honest, in that zone. Pretty much in the dead center, having taken cover in ruins. But for the moment, there's a big fight ensuing between EVOKE and Great Esports. Two teams that are big names here, going up against each other. A lot of DBS shots not connecting. Just enough to give them damage, but not to secure a knock.
Knocks. A lot on the board. And Great Esports still looking forward to make that push happen inside of the compound. Draco pushes up, but he does not check the compound properly for a thumb. That was a finish being served on a silver platter. And ASTROKIDS finally make that push happen against the players of NARZO. As Pratik gets knocked out, the rest of the players on the side of NARZO are actually looking forward to back away from this entire kerfuffle. As one of the men who was knocked out in the back from the side of NARZO will be back up on his feet. So ASTROKIDS, for them, even they will be back up completely in full force. For NARZO, though, yeah, they're only taken down with two-man squad. Botshot patches himself up. Panic God. This nade is actually quite close, so of course the panic's going to start to set in once again. One more nade and Panic God will actually get knocked out. Both the players from the side of NARZO are super low. They're quite sensitive when it comes to the HP. A little bit of a pixel being spotted. Shots taken. Levi compromises his position with those shots. The man's also got his hands on the DBS if he wants. He can make that push happen. A man of close personal. Alpha Man gets surprised. Alpha Male knocked out NARZO. He also gets the confirmation instantly flown up. Levi, he ejects out of the window. He gets the elimination point, but at the cost of Alpha Male. And Alpha Male has been the main playmaker for this team.
Yeah, he was, of course, the MVP earlier on Erangel. Losing him could be a little bit of a bad omen, but that's not for now for them to worry. They need to keep on moving forward, getting as many finishes as possible. ASTROKIDS could be in danger of losing their qualification zone by a couple of points. But it's a good thing that the clutch up came in over there, because NARZO's final player had a very close opportunity to just shut down the window on ASTROKIDS.
Oh, look at this. Team MADRASI. They're getting approached by the opponents in the front. What a good preemptive nade that was. Finds the knock. Another man's there, but Kirito still quite hesitant in making that push happen. Finally pushes up, and he actually gets that blow too. It's a death blow being handed out to the opponent. Now it's all down to Rahul, and the man's a little bit too far away. MG3 in the front line, so it's going to be tough to deal with, and the DB is punched to the face. And the mat's going to be easily dealt with.
MADRASI once again finding themselves finish after finish. It's going to be Kirito with 6 to his name, running around with that DBS like it's a part of him. He and the weapon are one. And it was doing as much damage as it possibly could in his good hands. Oh, and look at who's finally on the screen here, Necro. The hero of the previous match, Rola from JSR. Surviving this time alongside McQueen. And he's got BHOLA Esports in front of him, and he could get one knock. That's a big one. That's a big point of hurt for BHOLA. Jumping with the UMP, trying to give as much damage as possible, and he's connecting his shots as well. BHOLA have lost 2 members once again to the hero of Miramar. As one he finishes, and the other he's gonna let rot in the zone.
I mean, McQueen and Rola, the last 2 remaining players. The JSR, that fight was quite a tough one to solo, but still they somehow do manage to get things back in their court. But at the cost of a lot of damage upon themselves. So it was not that worth it. I mean, even Rola has been taken down now. Yeah, JSR, that's it. They take an exit from the lobby, I think so. We did see Rola get eliminated a while ago in the elimination feed itself. Even Team BHOLA has been eliminated from the game. JSR, actually, they still have got 2 players live. Okay, interesting. Rola and McQueen at the top. With this high ground, definitely they can get the information. But the problem is the wall of death. These 2 players are going to be taking a constant amount of damage. And Rola is the one to push up in the front. The players of ASTROKIDS, all they're waiting for is the players to move out in the open, and they do so. As soon as the players move out in the open, Rola's instantly taken down, devoured. And now it's McQueen in the back lines. I don't think so a lot can be provided by McQueen, so even McQueen gets dealt with.
Most certainly does, and this is a very strategically well-held position by the ASTROKIDS, as they knew that there's a flank coming in, made sure to take the fights only after they were pushed out in the open, did not force it upon themselves, and taking out Rola was main concern. And with that, JSR will be leaving the server, having caused chaos, yes of course, by taking out 2 players of Team BHOLA who were of course taken out right before them. 2 finished points to their name, and that's about it. And that zone continues to extend its Western warranty. Port side seems to be its favorite moment for now, as we've got a player taking a dip into the water from ASTROKIDS, as they could ensure for safety to rotate all the way around this cliff, but below it.
Great esports from the top. I mean, in this replay, as you guys can see, Great Esports is one of those teams that you really do expect to sort of win in these type of firefights, but the fact that they actually got taken down was a big surprise to me. And once again, I'm just not sure what has happened to Great Esports moving in forward towards the latter half of the weeks, because it just feels like they've lost that spark, which should not be the case at all.
Yeah, it kind of did seem like it coming in today.
Yeah, I mean, they're just having a rough day. Maybe they did not really have their breakfast or something like that before now. We've got Dream Team in front of us. Dream Team with 3 players up and alive. Turban was the casualty just a couple of seconds ago. And it's the players of FS Esports looking forward to make the push. FS Esports and DT, 2 of the solid teams, just clashing against each other. DT with the man disadvantage, and FS Esports with all the advantage they can ask for. FS Esports slowly and steadily breaching inside of the compounds, and a Hitman finds the opener. Opens up the entire defense, cracks it open, and DT's trying their best to hold things back. The nate's been cooked to perfection, tossed inside of the house, but it's not going to find any confirmations.
Instinct Outliers have been taken out as we speak about the rest, and ASTROKIDS are still on the prowl here. They're constantly taking as much out of this lobby as they possibly can, while we've got MADRASIs around as well with the 2 remaining players. Naikash needs to be careful here, right around the corner. Out comes FS Esports, and they take both of them out, and that's going to be the end of the winners of the previous chicken dinner. FS Esports, who had been quiet for the first 2, have now suddenly found a rage of fire in the final game of today.
Top 3 teams alive. Silly playing on the edges. FS Esports at the top with the high ground. And look at the split the players of Silly have too. 2 of the players completely outside of the zone in the back lines, and 2 of the players in the front lines. And once again, FS Esports, it feels like they're about to walk inside of a trap. It's a sandwich that Silly Esports is trying to pull off. But still, the first man is on the verge of getting caught, and he does actually get caught. Foul knocked out, but an instant knock against Wizard too to return the favor back. FS Esports, slowly and steadily, they're probably going to get surrounded by the foes, but still there's one man alive from a complete different team who can't play the spoiler. Lovish is all the way in the back too from ASTROKIDS, but that one man is all the way in the water lines too. So that's quite interesting.
Yep.
I don't think so he can be a part of the firefight, but all he can do is just wait for these 2 teams to duke it out against each other and hope for the better standing inside of these moments. Just squeeze yourself in the top 2. That's all he's trying to do. And Silly Esports, they've only got 2 last remaining players. FS Esports, a great way to crack the defense open.
Yeah, but this is going to be difficult. Look at Lovish is still there. Now they spotted him, and Lovish just gets one. He gets to finish it before he goes down. He will get knocked as look at Light. I'm not quite sure he can actually climb back on top of there, but he's still surviving, and now it's FS Esports looking for that final member. They know he's in the water. They know he's swimming around in these treacherous waters, but he's going to keep himself alive here for as long as it possibly favors him.
I mean, come on, man, just give up. The circle's on the land, and Light can't do anything. Yeah, finally decides to take his life and gift it to the BGMI gods. He knows the game's done for, and ASTROKIDS, a great way to close things off in the last game as well, and the same thing can be said for the likes of FS Esports, getting that chicken dinner when it mattered the most. But this game of Sanhok, it wasn't that aggressive. Instead, it was sort of unorthodox too, considering some of the fights that were just happening in the most off timings.
Yeah, they most certainly were. Sanhok was a little bit different today, at least for this group. Was not exactly what we were expecting it to be. But in the end, a name that you had taken quite some extensively seems to have worked some magic on them. They felt the, a touch of, I would say, desperation. Yeah. They've gotten themselves a big win here at FS Esports. A great number of finishes to their name as well. But this is not going to be as easy as they would expect, because this was a team that we were expecting to finish in that top 16 if at all possible, keeping consistency in mind. But I think they might have to settle for the 64 itself. Between 32 and 64 is, I think, where they might be positioned, given this final performance being the only significant one that comes out from them today. But Necro, been quite a day, and honestly been quite a couple of weeks.
Exactly. I mean, the entire grind was filled with a lot of twists and turns, roller coaster of emotions, I'd like to say, because the teams that we had the expectations from, be it from the start, they were not able to perform. And then we also saw a lot of those new and uprising champions, maybe champions in the future, we never know, but definitely they have been able to put up some champion performance. So I just want to see them be a little bit more consistent. Talking about consistency though, Dream Team, the consistency and the performance graph has definitely dropped down. In the initial 3 games that they played in the grind, they were phenomenal. They were outstanding. And now in the latter 3 games that they played, DT was never to be seen. It's like a complete new team now.
Yeah, absolutely. Dream Team were taking a bit of a hike when it came to that points, when it came to the fights. They were not ready for it no matter what. And it was really difficult for them to find those, finishes. They got knocks, yes, but the finishes were not there. But who did get it? We're going to have a look at it in the fiery finishes. This one fight, if you remember, between Grid and EVOKE was so forceful, and Great Esports, who were talked about being greater than they were, at least in this game, forced out of position. And of course, this one big fight from MADRASI as well. Amazing stuff. As this team again, Necro, the last game, Chicken Dinners, in this game, a good number of finishes to their name. Did decently well.
Yeah, MADRASI, but still what matters is the overall standings, right? The overall amount of points this team has gotten. And from what I know, in the first 3 games that they played inside of the grind, they did not really have a lot of points. So Once again, for Madrasi, I would say they're still in the red zone. They're still in a big question mark if they have qualified in the main event or not, because we have been mentioning this during the format itself. The better the standings, the better the round will be for you to move on forward inside the main event. Sure. And in general, the main event is pretty much going to be starting next week itself, so the teams will not be having a lot of time to prepare. There will be so many teams coming in from the in-game qualifiers. We might see some returning names once again from the in-game qualifiers back, but for now, let's move on forward and look at the MVP of the previous game. Should be someone from the side of ASTROKIDS.
Well, no, it's actually going to be Kirito, of course. I mean, the man who did get quite a bit of action to his name for Madrasi, who did honestly really well, man. This 6 finishes goes a long way. Maybe it just could be them at the very edge of getting that, ultimate satisfaction of qualification, at least by, just getting into the top 64. But let's have a look at who follows up the act of Kirito here. As I believe FS Esports, of course, they should be having a couple of their players on here. Yep, Hitman's made his way, and he's the only one actually from that team. As Levi from AstroKids, we've got Beard Baba from Silly Esports, and Ghost once again from Storm 99.
Interesting. And there's also, as you mentioned, Beard Baba from Silly Esports. Now, even Silly Esports, I would say, it is sort of the same way you can look at Silly Esports too. In the initial 3 games that Silly Esports played in the grind, Silly Esports was not doing too bad. And now the transition on forward towards the latter 3 games, I would definitely say the performance has dropped down a little bit. So, I mean, we just never know which team is going to be placed at what spot. At the end of the day, all we know is the end goal is going to be top 16 or top 64. The top 16 in the fact that you will get the biggest amount of head start, and top 64 to move in forward directly from the grind inside the main event. Moving on forward towards the point standings, FS Esports at the top with the 19 points. AstroKids right underneath them with 14. AstroKids being consistent. First and last game, super consistent.
Yeah, most certainly. And I think that this might be a good game for them to actually push them through towards that qualification zone. That first game was pretty good as well for them in terms of finishes, at least. This time around, 14 more to their name. I think they might have cracked that 64 mark, and they should be comfortably into the next round. But once again, a team that has been spoken about time and time again before we started today's Group 16 matches, but has let us down once again. Dream Team, just the 1 finish point, but just about enough to get out 4 positional points to their name. Not exactly what we were expecting from them, Necro. And I think this is actually going to harm them more than it does good. Yes, they qualify, I think, with the 3 matches that they played and getting, I would say, single-digit points. Yeah, but this is not their standard, and this could harm them in the next round that they play in.
Now, my question is, did Great Esports qualify? Because Great Esports is one of those team with a lot of potential, but the fact that they have played this way in the remaining 3 games, man, it really makes me question their qualification. I don't think so they have qualified, genuinely speaking. BHOLA, the first 2 games were really nice, but then the 3rd game, a complete letdown. Executors, I'm not sure what happened to them in these 3 games. Even Executors got executed quite easily. Now let's move on forward and look at the overall standings of this entire group, ladies and gentlemen. It will be a big icebreaker to figure out which team exactly finished on what spot. Madrasi, they had an outstanding performance. AstroKids right underneath them. It's a tie between these 2. And then Team BHOLA with the consistent good finishes. They managed to actually get those points.
Yeah, and I think that it's not just about the finishes for them as well. Those placement points have propelled them forward by a huge mile in distance. And while I'm not completely sure if their total tally is going to edge them across, it is still a performance that is going to be worthy of praise from Team BHOLA. But honestly, the real heroes of today, Team Madrasi, in that 2nd game, and then the 3rd game as well, with the individual brilliance from Kirito there. Absolutely amazing. As we head down further to the 2nd page, the teams that actually came in today with being the top 2 are actually in page number 2. As it's going to be Dream Team and Team EVOKE with 15 points each. Yeah, they are looking, pretty decent in terms of qualification, but this has been a huge letdown, at least for me personally.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big dip in the performance, and we just do not know what to expect from these undercard teams moving in towards the main event, right? Because it just makes us doubt their performance, even the main event too, because when it mattered the most, this team was not able to perform. I still think they have barely qualified it. They have barely made the cut inside of the main event. I still think so. They should be somewhere around the 16th spot or something like that, but still, it's not about barely making the cut, right? It's about proving yourself that you deserve the spot that you've gotten inside the main event, because there's going to be thousands, hundreds of thousands of teams registering for the main event in the open qualifiers or in the in-game qualifiers that are going to be happening. And we're going to be having at least around 2K teams inside of the tournament in the round one itself. So there's a lot of competition. It's about proving your worth that you deserve that slot in the round 2, round 3, or round 4.
Yeah, there is so much competition. It's constantly going up and up, but it's the minute of differences between these teams that could make or break their qualifications even to a better round, if not at least to make it to the next round itself of the event. Now, while of course there are so many more teams that will be trying to make their way into that illustrious top of BGIS teams who are going to be playing, this, unfortunately, has been the end of a very, very eventful 4 weeks of the grind, Necro. And while you have been here, for more weeks than I am, I do want to know from you your experience as we conclude the BGS grind.
The fact that we got so many new teams performing really well has been a really great thing to watch, because somewhere down the line, even us as commentators, we want to see a little bit of more action, right? We want to see some more new names actually erupt and just destroy some of the known names that were there inside of the community. And the way we have been seeing these new names erupt and come up in front of us has been really a great thing to watch. I just want to see them maintain that consistency even inside of the main event. But yeah, now over here talking to you, man, Universe, I mean, considering you moved in directly inside of the last week, I want to know your thoughts about this entire tournament that you've been, witnessing so far.
Well, I was, very, very privileged to actually, first of all, be a part of this event. Secondly, to be able to watch 3 different kinds of games as well. A complete peak of an evolution in terms of performance from Revenant Esports the day we saw it. And then we saw a spirit of performances in the same day from the very next group that played, where teams were taking finishes on an even stance. And then come to today, where the storyline completely shifts to the top dogs who came in today, not at all being able to perform to the best of their abilities, but it's going to be the underguards who actually won up them and took over in both groups, by the way. You might see it happening in one group, 1 or 2 teams, 3, maybe 4 teams have a good day. Yes, that's possible. But for it to happen across both the groups that played today, it's a story that cannot be repeated. It's all what you find only right here in the grind, because these teams, these players play, of course, for the love of the game and, of course, for the love of the competition. And I've enjoyed it thoroughly, to be fair.
Exactly. I mean, even I've been enjoying these entire 4 weeks that we've been witnessing so far. But generally speaking now, focusing a little bit more on these previous 2 groups that we witnessed, right? I mean, specifically talking about the teams that are the known ones in these 2 groups. I would say the only known names were in the group 15 itself, Alibaba Raiders and 8-Bit. Other than that, we did not even see any other known names from this entire lobby, right? It was complete undergod lobbies.
Yeah.
And that's what I like to witness as well, because that means even the undergods were getting a fair shot. Now, moving on forward towards the ace performers of this entire tournament. Aquanox at the top with 23 eliminations. Then you've got Cheyenne from ESCN. You've also got Newbie from CS with 22. And then you've got Ashish with 21.
Yep. Of course, we finish off the table with Insidious from the Hyderabad Hydras with 21 to his name. And he's the only one from this entire table who doesn't have a chicken dinner to his name. Everybody else at least secures 1. And the fact that ESCN and RNT both have at least gotten 50% of chicken dinners out of the 100% of matches that they played says a lot about how these 2 teams and the players from their teams have performed individually as well as a team. But Revenant, of course, I believe with that one particular day that they had, I'm pretty sure I see them on the top of the leaderboard. I'm not quite sure if they have beaten out the Team Forever and Aiku Soul, but I think they've breached that 100-point mark. How incredibly amazing is that? Like, did you expect them to actually pull off a day with 75 points?
honestly speaking, I mean, the recent update that Revenue Esports got in the roster, right, signing in Punk in the roster, and now, as Sensei mentioned, that this is one of the dream teams that he was looking for. Revenue Esports' confidence has been on cloud 9, and they're actually showcasing that in quite a great fashion. They're not being too overly confident inside the lobby. They're actually taking their time and going for the executions, because you saw in the early phase of the game, Revenue Esports was not taking a lot of fights. It was the mid and the late game where Revenue Esports started to rack up those elimination points. That too, in the mid game, they were not going for too many fights. They were just letting the eliminations flow in. But in the late game is where they really started hitting hard to every single team that stood against them. So in general, the new update that Revenue Esports has gotten has sort of kept them at the top. Even Punk is one of the OG players. Even he's got some of the big brains. Back it up with Sensei. That's even better. So that team pretty much is now like a well-oiled unit. Every single player has a perfect role, and they're doing a great job in playing that role too. You've got Fierce and Aquanox, two of the best assaulters inside of the Indian region.
Yep, they have been doing really well, and that was a day to be witnessed by a lot of these players. But, ladies and gentlemen, this does not mean there are no other performers. We've seen so many of these. Team Forever doing absolutely amazing when they played. Aiku Soul, just as always, being the top performers of our region. And we've got some undergods as well who are doing genuinely really well, like we saw today, we saw yesterday. Teams that have showcased that, competition is not just about the big names. But speaking of big names, I'm pretty sure there's going to be top 5 squads that are going to come in. And here we are. We've got our top 5. And yes, Revenant, of course, 116 points to their name. Clear at the top by 20 points.
This is really astonishing to me. Revenue Esports at the first, Team Forever on the second. I saw this coming. Aiku Soul at the third. Hyderabad Hydras, a team that was struggling so much in 2023, and now look at them in 2024. It's a complete new and reformed roster, and they're doing a great job. Moving on forward towards ESCN Esports, a complete new team over here too. ESCN Esports being the undergods, being in the top 5. Indeed, it's a moment to celebrate. Indeed, it's a moment to be proud of. But now, speaking about the past a little bit more, right? Talking about Team Forever Esports, and this team was one of those teams back in 2023. Team Forever Esports was lacking confidence. They were lacking everything. They were lacking firepower too. But now in 2024, inside of the grind, they're looking more promising than ever before. The same thing can also be said for Hyderabad Hydras.
Yeah, most certainly, especially Hyderabad Hydras, because they've finished in the top 5 without getting a single chicken dinner, which means their consistency had to be absolute top notch. And they were showcasing that across the both weeks that they played. And honestly, kudos to them, because this team, like you mentioned, last year was not really that great for them. They had, yes, their high moments, but the lows were a little bit stingy. But now they've come into the grind, finishing on the top 5. It's a statement that they've made. No chicken dinners, no problem. We've got finishes and positional points in a good balance to help us to make it to the top 5.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys want to find out the overall standings of the entire 256 teams, the entirety of the 4 weeks will be announced on the social media. So make sure to follow Crafton India Esports, be it Instagram, Facebook, whichever platform you guys like to use. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, the grind comes to an end. That's going to be it from me, Necro, and Universe. We'll see you guys in the main event.
राइट 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 लेफ्ट 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 अरे यार रेलवे ट्रैक की तरफ ले लेफ्ट 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 झाड़ी के पीछे चले झाड़ी के पीछे अरे यार राइट जल्दी जल्दी उतर उतर चल फिनिश कर दे उसको रुकना मत
Action redefined, even on the go. Download Bullet Echo today.
रुक यार, जिगल विगल करके दे दिया. Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है? जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से. बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के. जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से. बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के. जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से.